Okay, everyone, hello. How am I sounding tonight? Am I sounding pretty clear? I'm sounding better. Yeah, I'm just turning down the music. Just maybe I'll pop it up just a little bit. Awesome. How was everyone's week? So Deck is wondering if he should go prepare food for the next 4 hours, so I don't have to pause and 2 times to catch up. Well, you gotta do what you gotta do, Deck. We'll be here for a while. Ben had a chill weekend. That's good to hear. Very good to hear. Yala had a chill long weekend. Awesome. And hopefully Epic had a good weekend. Hoping all of my lurkers had a good weekend. I happen to know that Party is stuck on a train. So we may lose her at some points. I don't know how good the train's Wi-Fi is. But I'm glad that Party can be here for a bit. But yeah, Party is traveling to... well, she'll have to share what she finds interesting, but yeah. My weekend was awesome. I was at my sister's house, Party's place, and we basically we finished Labyrinthos. We went through Thavnair, and we entered the Tower of Zot, and that was very, very fun. So when I first ran Tower of Zot, I ran it with the NPCs, and I was not good. And it took me a couple runs before I could feel confident enough to do it as a summoner with other real people. And it took me a little while to get used to healing that dungeon. And I'm very proud to say that doing it with Party, I ran it as a white mage, and we had a tank who was pulling full wall to wall in Zot, and no one died. So, yeah. I'm sounding better, Ben, because I'm actually at home, and my bedroom is very, very small and full of clothing, and not full. That makes it sound like I have tons of clothing. I honestly do not have tons of clothing. But like the walls and everything have, like, there's less echo and stuff because there's more stuff in my room, like books and wood and clothing. Although I don't really have a lot of clothing. Party can attest. I don't have a massive wardrobe. Epic didn't get stuck while installing his new water heater. Congratulations, Epic. That sounds actually like a momentous task, not gonna lie. Oh no, Party. That sucks. Yeah, Ben, it was just a real mind flip for me, and once again, like, not to harp on my my whole thing, but I was struggling with confidence at that point in time, so going into it was a bit of a mind flip for me. And I remember healing it a couple times in the past and just feeling like I wasn't good enough, even though I actually ran it with friends and they would give me tips on how to manage everything. But this time around, I feel like I came out looking like, you know, a white mage who knew what she was doing. But yeah. You know, I will say Party was phenomenal. Party did not... I think Party got a few vuln stacks, but overall Party did fantastically well. 0 deaths on Party's part. Yeah, yeah. And then Ben, you know how like it all adds on top of each other by the third one? Yeah. Epic, have you ever seen Internet Historian's video Man in a Cave? It's kind of what it sounds like for you. Hello to everyone coming in today. We are going to be doing some reacts. So I have a Final Fantasy XIV video. I have a WoW video. We're going to just talk about a few other things. If we have any last minute reacts or last minute things, there's that. Of course, we have part 3 of Tolkien's essay we can still tackle if we'd like to do that. So there's a bunch of things on the docket today. No, Ben, we have not gotten to Redacted Zone. We're 5 quests away from Redacted Zone. So Party's going to be away for 2 weeks, so we shan't be entering Redacted Zone for at least another 2.5 weeks. Yeah, honestly, Ben, she didn't die. Party did fantastically well. And we had a tank who was a mentor. Now, I'm not saying that mentors are perfect. Obviously, there's a meme about mentors, you know, sucking. But generally speaking, if it's a mentor with a full crown, it means that they more or less kind of know their job, right? And so this mentor was doing really well. It was a paladin who was using their mitigation and everything. But even then, the paladin was getting vulns. There were a lot of people getting vulns. So honestly, Party did fantastically well. Yeah, Ben. Yeah. Party is installing. Well, to be fair, Party and I really want the cat couch for the Yokai Watch event, so we are working really hard on clearing out all of the weapons for Yokai Watch, and it's going very well for us. At least it was until today when we left. And so Party will not be playing for 2.5 weeks. Or 2 weeks. Wow, epic. That kind of story where like you're trapped underneath and you can't move and stuff, like that would be really freaky. Did you have a phone with you? That's the question I have. Oh, you haven't done it, Ben? Ben, are you on... I'm trying to remember. You're on the EU servers, right? Yeah, Party needs to do certain things, and honestly, I'd rather not rush her. I want her to enjoy the Redacted Zone, but I did tell her that when she gets back, we will be reaching Redacted Zone at least at some point, but not within the first... I imagine it won't be for another 3 weeks. So I'll give her 1 week of fun times before we go into Redacted Zone. Ben, are you on EU? Oh. Okay. Are you planning on doing the yokai event? Or just for your main? So once again, hello to everyone, because we got some folks coming in. Today we're going to be reacting to lore videos. We're going to react to Final Fantasy XIV lore, and we're going to react to WoW lore. I'm just going to let people settle in, get their food, get their coffee, and then we will switch to looking at lore videos. The more Epic shares his story, the more I feel like this was scarier than he's letting on. Too many other games to play at the moment. Yeah, I feel you, Ben. While I was with Party, I focused on yokai. And then this morning we were in the train station, and we were talking back and forth about our plans, and she's going to go be with a friend, and I was like, well, like I could feasibly do some grind for my alt, my cat girl alt, but let's all be real here. I'm probably gonna focus on doing videos for YouTube. I want to play a bit more WoW, and I want to also I'm in the middle of programming a video game, and it's kind of like a mist point and click kind of mystery. And so right now it's all in prototyping phase, and yeah, so it's something that I've figured out what kind of story I want to write for it. So now it's a question of writing for it and finishing the last coding parts where I need to program the save files, the loading screen stuff, loading the files, saving the inventory, that kind of stuff. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Epic. It would really suck to hear that you're stuck under there again. Although, I'm sure if it did happen and you shared the story, it would make Party laugh. Thanks, Ben. Yeah, there's just a bunch of different things I'd like to do. I'm also not yet finished Final Fantasy 1. So I've been trying to I in my head I want to play the other Final Fantasies. So I started with Final Fantasy 1 and I haven't finished it yet. Yeah. So when Party was like, "Oh, like will you grind and everything?" I was like, "Nah, I'll be good." Yeah, I agree, Party. It's crazy how some people are like, well, that happened. Back to going back in there again, you know? Like, I don't know if I would say you're a horrible human being, but sure. Okay. Am I playing them in order? Yeah, Ben. I that's what I'm aiming to do. I bought the Pixel Remaster pack that was on sale on Steam recently, so I'm going to play them in order. Yeah. every single one, even the ones that people don't like. Maybe not 11, but definitely the other ones. Yeah, I'm excited too because I like the original music, and I feel like it would add even more meaning to playing 14 as well. And I don't mind taking a little break from 14 while party is away, but let's all be real, I'll be logging in. Let's all be real. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Ben. That's what I'm kind of looking forward to. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how people's artistic visions transformed with the increase in technology and all of that. I just feel like that kind of stuff is so fascinating to see. And the worlds are inherently separate, but there's a lineage of tradition within the Final Fantasy XIV IP that is so solid and intertwined in its own way. Yeah, Ben, Dawn Trail's just around the corner, really. But I am kind of thinking of not playing it ahead of party, so I might be holding off on it. Besides which, I'm one of those weirdos. As much as I like being in an MMO, I don't want to be fighting with a bunch of other people to see the NPC. So I know you can do things, you know, so that you don't have to see the people, but I prefer it when the crowds are a bit less crowded, so I'm good with waiting. But I am excited to play Dawn Trail. I finished the MSQ, and I went into some depression because oh, party. Yeah, so I took party down into Labyrinthos, and she started laughing at the square grapes. I was like, bruh, the grapes were worse. The grapes were even worse off before. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be frank. I haven't played a lot, but like I missed out on all of the console generations, really. So I kind of went from a very, very basic PC, like pre-Windows 98, maybe Windows 95, and maybe even before that, the Macintosh, IBM, and then straight from there, basically into my own PC, which was middle tier, like it could play Myst 3, and then I went straight into 3DS and a PS4 and an Xbox 360. So I didn't really experience all of the jumps in the generations. So I'm going to definitely see all of those kinds of jumps when I play the Final Fantasy games. Okay, so is everyone ready for some reacts? I have here, let's see here. I have Final Fantasy 14 1.0 to 1.23b story, a retrospective. So we got that. And then we have Hidden Azeroth. And we have here something called the almost complete history of World of Warcraft. So this is going to deal with Void Lords, Burning Legion, all of this stuff here. I don't even know. Will there be an actual story, or is this just encyclopedic information? We will find out. So this is before World of Warcraft. So up until this moment in the video, apparently, all of the stuff leading up to this point here is pre-World of Warcraft. So out of 23 minutes, 14 minutes are pre-World of Warcraft, which just shows you how much you need to know before going into World of Warcraft Classic, like, or World of Warcraft retail, before anything makes sense. 7 was my first. PS1, 1998. Wow. Yeah. So then you, Ben, you would really see the difference. But wouldn't you say, Ben, like, changing graphics and making it cool, right? That's nice. But it's not the be-all and end-all, right? We still love our Squapes. Like, the square grapes became such a meme. They made little squishy, like, stressor balls out of them in the fan convention, if I recall. Really epic. So what we're going to do is I'm going to watch a little bit, and I'm going to react. I'm going to give my gut responses, and then I want everyone to dogpile into the chat and tell me what has been retconned, what doesn't matter anymore, what no longer makes sense. Yeah, Ben, I agree. The 90s ruled. I feel like 80s into 90s, it was just the Wild Wild West. That's basically... Oh, wow. Party is taking it there, huh? Yeah, Ben, exactly. And I think gameplay and story matter a lot to me. And visuals are important. Don't get me wrong. I love my Catboy. And I'm excited to see him in the new benchmark. But yeah. Yeah. I still think for me the story and gameplay is more exciting. What did people think about the benchmark fiasco? Is anyone here, like, raring to see the new benchmark? Or do they feel like they were happy with what they got for Final Fantasy XIV? So for anyone here who's more into WoW or some other kind of game and not into Final Fantasy XIV, Final Fantasy XIV recently put out a benchmark test to basically allow players to figure out whether their computer can handle the new graphical updates and the new expansion. And I guess for some people, their characters came out looking less than great. And there was a lot of concern about how things were going, what direction the graphics were taking. And then it turns out, oopsie whoopsie, a large portion of the character creators' lighting was still the old stuff and not the new lighting. So now they're remaking the benchmark, and it's this whole thing. Ben's like, I play on PS5, so I don't know what it was about. It's gonna run on my console, so I don't care. You know, Ben, that might just be the healthiest take to... Yes, party, they're doing a second, air quote, better benchmark. Epic is just glad he passed. Yeah, so for example, keepers are a little worried because certain keepers, and as a keeper, Mikote, I'm also, like, I just worry that maybe the half-open rested mouth showing the fangs may disappear. And the devs came out and were like, well, that was actually a bug. And a lot of us keepers are like, oh. I did not go onto the forums and rage. I felt that my keeper Catboy had fangs, and when he smiled, I could see the fangs. So I was fine. But if you look really closely, like you zoom in, you could see this faint line across the top of his mouth, between his mouth and his nose. So clearly there was something happening. But I didn't care, because if you pulled out, you couldn't see it. So I was like, it is what it is. It's fine. But other people, I guess, were freaking out. So then Yeah, so then it turns out like, oh, there were a few little issues. We're going to go in. We're going to fix it. It's going to be fine. Yeah, Ben, there you go. That's the truth. Yeah, look, party, from what I understand, they had already done a portion of the work. It was just a question of putting it into that section. I guess they underestimated how important that might be to people. I don't know. Yes, party, but because some of those things were missing from the benchmark, some people started questioning whether the benchmark was efficacious or not, because the benchmark wasn't allowing them to truly go the full map. It was a whole thing. It was like this whole fiasco. I personally was more like, it's going to be fine. They're going to fix it. But I heard the Japanese players gave them a lot of constructive feedback. So I'm very glad that the Japanese players are kind of on the same wavelength as us, because they have a higher chance of being understood appropriately. Whereas I went onto the forums. I don't know if anyone here has ever gone on to the Square Enix Final Fantasy XIV forums. Those things can become toxic cesspools. And I went into the part where people were talking about their Keeper Mikote teeth. And I think it's totally fine to say, hey, I'm concerned. I can't see my Mikote fangs. And I was okay with sharing concerns, but some people were losing it. And it was just like, oh my gosh. So it just kind of got out of control. Yeah, you know, party, this is the reality. Like, it turns out that depending on the face that you chose and something, like some people could look really whack. And apparently there were some bugs and glitches. So it was good that people responded and gave feedback. But definitely we North Americans noticed that some of the North Americans were losing it. Like, they weren't being super constructive. It was like, you killed my keeper boy. No, they didn't kill him. Like, calm down. And I'm sure there were Japanese people losing their crap as well. Yeah, Ben, I put, for my benchmark, I put my cat boy into, oh my gosh, what did I put him into? I wonder if, I think, oh, here we go. So I put my Keeper Catboy into the benchmark, and this was the result. I was very happy. Like, could it be better? Like, you could see this little weird black line by his chin. Could be shadow, like a part of the shader. But honestly, I think my Catboy looks absolutely adorable. I have him in his Eden's Morn outfit. He is a Catboy. He is a Catboy stud. Once again, you could see it still is very pixelated in the head and the neck area. This is partially because I was running OBS or some kind of recording software at the same time. And remember, my graphics card is older as well. So Epic and I are going to be like crying. But honestly, like, I think he looks really cute. Once again, you can see here, there's I don't know, it's like a little black line around his chin. But I'm not stressing it. The big stuff, the important stuff is what matters. and he's still hot in my eyes, so yeah. What? Catboy Edward? What do you mean, Catboy Edward? What do you mean? Anyway, you could see I went crazy. I think he looks cute. Not to everyone's taste. I'm just going to start losing viewers. They're going to be like, what the? We didn't come here for Catboy. We came here for WoW. But anyway, that's my takeaway was I thought he looked pretty good for what my GPU can do. One thing that bothered me about the whole discourse was there were a lot of people who were like, oh, we should let go of the PS4 players. And I kind of agree, but at the same point in time, I know it's never enough, you know? You got these people who are like, oh, we're being held back by the PS3 players, so we get rid of the PS3 players. Okay, well, we're held back by the PS4 players. So now what? We're going to get rid of the PS4 players? And then and then basically I don't know. We get rid of the PS4 players. You know what they're going to say next, right? We all know. They're going to be like, it's the console players. The console players are holding us back. Get rid of the PS5 and Xbox X players. So yeah, it's just I came away feeling like, I don't know. I came away feeling like it just would never be enough. And that even if they got rid of all of the console people, they'd come after the people with the crappy GPUs. Do you know what I mean? Like, there was a lot of rhetoric around the whole situation that felt really, I don't know. Yes, my boy is very pale, okay? He does look like a vampire. Maybe that's why I went for the fangs. Yeah, it was on the PS3 first. Yeah, I don't know, Deck, what the answer is, for sure, right? So as a PC player with a kind of crappy GPU, like, I feel for the people with powerful PCs, but at the same point in time, because of my graphics card situation, which is not bad, by the way, it's just, you know, not optimal, I'm also very cognizant of the fact that some people can be very, very unsympathetic to people's circumstances, not being able to afford, you know, the next gen right away and stuff. So I do appreciate having kind of like that middle ground. But obviously people are not going to be, I don't know. I just felt like some of the rhetoric on either side was unhelpful sometimes. But that's just my opinion. Anyway, for everyone who has been waiting, thank you for waiting. We are going to be looking into, well, we won't be looking at my cute Catboy anymore, that's for sure. We are going to look at, we're going to be looking at WoW, and we're going to be looking at Final Fantasy 14. Now the question is, which one should we do first? I don't know. Should we do 14 first? Should we warm up with some WoW? Oh, nice, Ben. That's really nice. I'm glad you could get your hands on one. I thought about getting it. Okay, so the almost complete history of World of Warcraft is 23 minutes long. And Final Fantasy 14 is 28 minutes long, so they're about equal. Yeah, we can do WoW first. Let's go with WoW then, because I definitely don't know much about WoW. Let's all be real here. I know a little bit about the pre-story for 1.0 in terms of just general stuff or what you know from doing side questing content. But you know what? Let's start out with bear meat for Billy, 0 out of 10 fresh bear meat. How do none of these bears have meat? Question mark. I don't understand anything of what is on the screen right now. So we're going to go in hot, okay, everyone? I just want to make sure it's nice and loud for everyone here. So no one, let me know if people need me to turn the sound up. Okay, so let's go in and let's see what we got here. The beginning is Ordering of Azeroth. So once again, we know nothing. In fact, to mildly keep an eye out on things, we're going to open up a word pad. I'm going to keep it over here. And I'm going to pop that up if I feel like we need to take some notes. It's a drop rate meme, I think. Oh boy. Okay, so already there's like internal player lore that's going on. So let's find out.
So, you're new to WoW and want to know what's going on, or you're just trying to figure out which horde you're a part of. Here's the entire history of Azeroth in 23 minutes. Way back at the start of the universe, there were Titans, which are gods born out of planets, kind of. The Titans formed a pantheon, which went around looking for more baby Titan planets called World Souls. One of these planets was named Azeroth, currently inhabited by a bunch of elementals. A mysterious group of beings who wanted to kill the pantheon.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Oh, that was a lot. That was a lot. Okay. Okay. Titans looking for world souls, and Azeroth is a world soul. Okay. So we'll say Titans looking for world souls. There's a pantheon of them, and Azeroth is a world soul. Wow. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's go. Let's go for this. Play at 2 times? Don't you mean like 0.2? Half? Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So I can use my big brain. Let's see if I can. Okay. So the Void Lords, appearance unknown. Okay. I think Shay told me to watch this at 0.9, but we're going to try to watch at regular, okay?
Currently inhabited by a bunch of elementals. A mysterious group of beings who wanted...
Okay, Azeroth is a world soul inhabited by elementals. Now, question to chat. So question to chat. Azeroth, world soul, inhabited by elementals. Does this play a part in like BFA or the dragon thing that came out? What's it called? I can't believe I just forgot. Dragonflight. Does this matter? What does chat say? I'll keep watching while chat cooks.
Wanted to kill the pantheon, named the Void Lords, were also looking for world souls and sent their servants, the old gods, to go find and corrupt them. Some old gods found Azeroth and started bleeding bugs.
I have no words. Okay. So there's Titans and there's Void Lords. And the Void Lords have old gods. And they are also populating the planet. Okay, Dex says maybe not. Okay.
Bugs on everything. The pantheon eventually finds Azeroth too, and they start fighting everyone. First the elementals, then the old gods. The Titans win, but they can't kill the old gods without killing Azeroth, so they build prisons instead. They leave behind a bunch of metal.
Okay, I'm going to keep playing, and then I'm going to stop.
Guys, and also some dragons to look after Azeroth and guard the prison in their absence. Off in another section of the universe, the Titans are...
Okay. So let's talk about some things that I like. Can I like anything at this point? I don't even know. Okay. So here's the thing. So you got these Titans who are going around. They find Azeroth. They fight, maybe not the Void Lords, but they're fighting the old gods. They're fighting the elementals. But they can't kill the elementals without killing Azeroth, so they put everybody in prison. Okay? And what I like about it... Okay, so what I like about it is as soon as you say the word Titans, I'm thinking of like the ancient Greek kind of beings who were almost primordial and are very mysterious and dark and represent the chaos of the universe and essentially the forces that created the universe. This video is 3 years old. It has 2.9 million views. Did pre-Shadowlands screw up this lore or retcon this lore? Do I want to know how bad this goes? Like, how bad does this get? Okay. How about this? What? They added a precursor race to the Titans? What? Okay, I'm now experiencing whatever you experienced. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh Lord. Oh wow. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let me get this straight. Up until Shadowlands / Dragonflight era, this is the lore that everyone was working with. And then the whole jailer thing with there is another, that is all pointing to people behind the Titans. This is fantastic. I mean, okay, everyone, I'm going to be frank. I think there is a time and a place for retconning. There's nothing wrong with going back and saying, hey, I'm going to clarify this, or hey, I want to add a level to something that previously wasn't so apparent, but we could gently, subtly push it in there and it will make sense. It'll be fine. But randomly, up until BFA, actually, with hints in Legion. Okay. All right. So let's say, all right, so we got Titans looking for world souls. There's a pantheon of them. Azeroth is a world soul inhabited by elementals. Void Lords are creating or overseeing old gods, also populating the planet. And then we'll say Titans. Titans can't kill. We'll say Titans can't kill old gods or Void Lords, but can trap elementals. And who is guarding the elementals again? So let's go back here.
The old gods about killing Azeroth, so they build prisons instead. They leave behind a bunch of metal guys and also some dragons to look after Azeroth.
Okay, so metal guys, and I'm assuming some kind of android constructs and dragons are left to guard the locked away elementals. So we'll say dragons and some kind of android construct left behind to guard the elementals. Okay, so the Titans presented themselves to the players for a long period before WoW and during the early parts of WoW as being this certain race, etc., etc. But then, basically, party, okay, well, we'll wish you luck, and if you come out on the other side, return to us. I'm gonna miss my mod. I think we'll all miss Party, so give Party a wave in chat as we let her go, I guess. The Titans are lying to us about their role in the universe. This is something that was touched upon since Mists of Pandaria. All of the books we quoted were specifically from a Titan's perspective. The current story is doubling down on the Titan propaganda story. Oh, okay. So they're leaning into unreliable. Okay. So let's say, so we're going to say in brackets, this is all propaganda and unreliable narrator stuff now. So this is all stuff that is being called into question. And I'm presuming, if I'm looking at this from a writer's perspective, okay, so putting on my writer's hat here, my guess is that if you're a writer and you want to revisit old stuff and you want to make it fresh again, one way is to look at any loose threads you may have left on hanging. And so in this case, maybe one of the loose threads they left hanging was this question around the Titans' authenticity or who they actually were. So they decided to go back and just cook in that subject for a while. But the question is, are they doing it well? So that will be a question I think that a lot of fans and people who are playing the game right now will have to make a decision about. Is it making sense? Is it a good thing? Is it that, do we care about it? That's the kind of thing that I think only the fans and the players will really understand or like will be able to comment on. Me coming in, I'm not gonna lie, I think having a kind of mythological background with all of these void lords and old gods and titans, I think all of that is really cool. My question to chat. Oh, so that's why they don't like the Titans, because the Titans are so let me get this straight. So are they feeling like the Titans have become a gimmick or a just simply used as leverage for plot? Is that what's happening here? Like, people feel like what had before been working fairly well has simply become a bit of a gimmick? So curious. Because I kind of get the reason why creatives might want to rethink something. Oh, they don't trust them in game. Oh. So whenever a Titan's like, oh, this is the way things are, you're like, uh-huh. Okay. So it's not meta, like Akalon and Pyromancer like how they work in terms of meta, like in terms of how they work within the story, but I'm sure but they just don't trust them in the game when they're saying things. Now, from what from people who are WoW people here in chat, how often do you feel like you interact with the Titans? Like, how well do you think you know them and care about them, or have a connection to them? Deck just answered part of my question. I don't think the Titans have really been present in the story much. It's all been myth. It's all something myth and their servants. So Deck isn't feeling that connected really with the Titans. Like, there's not a... So let's think about Final Fantasy XIV, and I apologize for this comparison, but it's really all that I got to go on, okay? But if I think about the Ascians, right? The Ascians in A Realm Reborn are, well, not very fleshed out, but they have their differences, and you can see where certain threads were just being kind of woven and then let loose for later on. And much later on, once they figured out certain things like La Habrea, for example, they went back and they tightened things up in the story. And the reason why I think they could do that and could do it respectfully and well and make sense is because their story was overall well handled, even in the beginning. So they could go back and they could make La Habrea's fight more La Habrea in the solo duty. Okay, so let's see here. Yala says, the entities that claim to be Titans are beings of the realm of order. For them, creating and ordering mean the same thing, and most of the lore is or was told through their perspective. So now I guess the Raiders have a chance to revisit lore and start looking at things in a different way. And that is pretty cool. That could give them a chance to build something structurally more sound. Or they could just mess it up. We don't know. We only saw them in person in the Legion expansion 6 years ago, and they immediately left. See, this is my issue, is like, you either hate a character, you love a character, or you don't care about a character. And I feel like a story is strongest when you hate them or you love them. But if you don't care about them and they're just floating out there, I don't know. They never really had a presence other than their servants telling us we owe them. Meta-wise, I feel like this is lore people enjoy because in-game you feel like you're catching on to a liar. Okay. Oh, Shay, don't worry. Don't worry, Shay. Shay. We are only 37 seconds in. And I have already made a little paragraph here. This is just for me. Chat doesn't need to see this. I have now speed ran the emotions that the WoW community felt when they found out that the Titans aren't what the Titans said that they were. So I've already had the meltdown. You missed out on the... Chieko has a mini meltdown about the fact that this front lore, the first 37 seconds, has already been called into question throughout BFA, Shadowlands, and Dragonflight. Right. So that's where I was talking, Shay. Like thinking about it from the perspective of literature, right? Thinking about it perspective of narrative flow, and then tying it back into Final Fantasy XIV. It can be very hard if you don't have a handle on your story to lose those threads. And then when you try to bring them in and try to get people to care, it can be hard if it's not dealt with appropriately. But the idea that you're calling into question these people who have hitherto been considered reliable, or at least sort of reliable. That's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. It's not so bad. It's just, how is it being done, and is it making sense to people? And if it does make sense, how are they going to tie it in, and will we see the Titans in person once more? What does everyone think? Does everyone think we'll see? Yes, Ben, exactly. After Pandemonium, I was like, every time now I go into Praetorium and I see La Habrea with, you know what I mean, Ben. You know. I'm like, oh no, right? Because now you know what's going on in that scene. And I feel like they retconned that really well. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Ben. They fixed La Habrea. They really did. Because sometimes you got to do that. So maybe WoW writers are trying to fix the Titans. Like, maybe the Titans were just too two-dimensional. Yeah. Yeah, Ben. He's supposed to be one of the Unsundered Three, so. Ooh. So is this the Worlds Within? Is this the Worlds Within deck? Or in the third expansion of the next expansions? Well, you know what? Let's let the WoW writers cook and see what they can come up with. Yeah, I'm all for letting. Let's see how these writers cook. So, in preparation, let's get Chieco's brain here. Okay, so I got my little notes here. We have. Okay, so it's going to be 1 out of 3. Okay. Oh man. Okay, so now I have to do like triple homework if I want to enjoy something like War Within, because they're going to be talking about something like Titans, and I'll be like, oh, I don't even know why. So I'm going to. Okay, I'll do my homework. Okay, so it's all called into question. Fascinating. I'm okay with, like I said, carefully, thoughtfully, subtly retconning stuff. Like, I'm actually all right with that. It's how it happens. Oh, well, good for them. I'm excited. I'm excited for WoW people. I hope WoW people are getting excited. I haven't watched any Akalon lately because I've been away, and usually I end up like, I was chatting a lot with my one friend, and then I was chatting a lot with my sister. So I kind of didn't really catch up on Akalon stuff. And to be frank, like, when you go into heavy, World of Warcraft lore, I just don't have enough background, but maybe I will now. Interesting. A 6-way cosmic war. Okay. So we're going to say this video will be mostly propaganda, but it will catch us up on general events leading up to and including parts of BFA, perhaps. Okay, so let's start with something called Burning Legion.
And guard a prison in their absence. Off in another section of the universe, the Titan Sargaras learns the old gods could corrupt Titan planets and decides the only reasonable solution is to kill all life in the universe, so he starts building a massive army called the Burning Legion by corrupting inhabitants of Titan planets. The Pantheon isn't happy that all their planets are being corrupted, so they try to calm Sargaras down, telling him that the army is pointless because they found a world soul strong enough to defeat the Void Lords. Sargaras responds by killing the Pantheon and imprisoning their spirits, and sets out to find and destroy Azeroth, fearing what would happen if a Titan that powerful was corrupted. Unfortunately, Sargaras forgot to ask where Azeroth was first, so he has to start looking for it.
Okay. Let me see if I understand this. So there's this guy. He's freaking out about Void Lords. He's burning the bridges. He doesn't listen to the Pantheon. He's he looks cool. I mean, I can see why bros would be into the game because it just looks so chunky and gritty and stuff. Okay, so here he is. He's with these Pantheon. The Pantheon try to talk him off the ledge. He's like, hell no. And he imprisons the Titans. But he does not kill them. Okay, so I'm going to be frank, everyone. I'm okay with this concept as well. Like, I'm okay with big, confused, morally gray / evil Titan locking the other Titan way. I'm good with that. This is where I'm lost.
Sargaras responds by killing the Pantheon and imprisoning their spirits and sets out to find and destroy Azeroth, fearing what would happen if a Titan.
How? Does he have rocks for brain? How does a person not ask, hey, G, by the way, where's... Like, why doesn't he... I guess you can't torture your fellow Titans? Okay. So he's basically like all brawn, no brain. Spirits are eternal. Are spirits torturable? Oh, Sargaras could be a good guy. Interesting. That would be funny and amazing at the same time. I'd be good with that. But my question is... Okay. Propaganda hat on. Tinfoil. Okay. Let's say this is all propaganda. Sargaras is a good guy. It means that he wasn't stupid and didn't think to like torture or like forcibly extract information out of his fellow Titans. He willingly refused to or failed to find Azeroth on purpose. My issue is, why wouldn't he have figured out where Azeroth was before? Okay, so we'll say Sargaras wants to go Scorched, Earth Tactics, Pantheon try to stop him, fail, get locked away. Sargaras. I'm probably spelling his name wrong. I'm sorry, Sargaras. Forgets to ask where Azeroth is. How does he forget? Like, did it slip his mind? No, he wants to find it. We don't know why he didn't know. Yeah, that's just my question is like how could someone... Okay, so if we go with propaganda and Sargeras is so evil and so powerful, like, is he just brawn without brains? Like, why wouldn't he have asked? So then my question is, if this is propaganda, then maybe the reason why he didn't find Azeroth is because he actually wasn't looking for Azeroth, or he might have been like actually protecting Azeroth and he never intended to hurt Azeroth. It was just them. Like, it was... Oh, am I asking the same questions? Okay. So, this is actually fascinating to me. This is actually fascinating. I can see now why people get excited about the lore. Is there a story here? We'll talk about that. But Sargeras forgets to ask where Azeroth is. And then we'll say, question mark, did he? Or was he trying to help protect Azeroth Or is this just Titan shade? How about that? Why he stabbed the planet is now the current question. Oh, so he was the one who stabbed Azeroth. Okay, so Shay, I'm going to go out on a limb here. If I was a writer, I would go a couple ways. Okay. Number one, it turns out that Azeroth was partially corrupted, and the only way to stop full corruption was to weaken her or it. Is Azeroth a she? And basically like maybe stabbing her is a way to go, in the same way. I don't want to spoil 14 too much, but in the same way that a certain person sundered planets for the good of the species. Okay, Epic. You know, I'm feeling attacked. Well, you know, I'm not gonna lie. Like, now that everyone's like, this is all propaganda, this has my cogs churning. I'm like, I can't help myself. Yeah. It's like learning why each of the shards before knowing what the 3 city states in 14 are. Vici, I'm apologize if I got your name wrong. I'm feeling it for sure. I'm going to coast as best as I can. I have played around. I want to say I got my tune up to 25 in BFA, and I can assure you, I have no more understanding of what's going on in the story yet. But we'll see. But I do find this interesting because if I was a writer, I would want Sargaras to stab Azeroth because weakening her is long-term good, or Azeroth has been corrupted, or it's kind of like, you know, like someone's been wounded and there's poison, so you stab them so the blood comes out, so then the poison leaks out. So what if like he stabbed her because it's the only way to save her from infection? Or Azeroth is evil and is also a faker. And yeah, I could see now why this is a big discussion. Yeah, like what if Azeroth was possessed by something else? Hey, Wooly, we are how many? We are 1 minute into this WoW lore, and we are already theorizing why Sargeras killed Azeroth. So we'll say maybe Azeroth is fake, needed to be stabbed, possessed, needed to be in weakened state, needed to be bled of corruption. There's so many reasons why stabbing occurred, but we have not yet gotten to stabbing. Yeah. They've been trying to tie the two things together. Well, let's keep going and see where this goes.
Titan that powerful was corrupted. Unfortunately, Sargeras forgot to ask where Azeroth was first, so he has to start looking for it. Another powerful world soul is Argus, a planet inhabited by the Eridar who are led by Archimon, Kill-Jaden, and Velen. Sargeras wants
Kill-Jaden! I've heard so much about this person. I have no knowledge of Kill-Jaden. But now I see he has 1, 2, 3, 4 tentacles. They all have tentacles. Is this Cthulhu? Okay, let's go back again.
looking for it. Another powerful world soul is Argus, a planet inhabited by the Eridar who are led by Archimonde, Kill-Jaden, and Velen. Sargaras wants to corrupt Argus and approaches the free rulers in disguise, offering them immense power with no strings attached. Archimonde and Kill-Jaden accept the power like suckers, and most of the Eridar get corrupted, but Velen realizes it's a trick and refuses. Velen prays for guidance, and a race of sentient chandeliers called the Naru hear him and send a spaceship, which Velen and the remaining uncorrupted Eridar use to flee Argus. The uncorrupted group changes their name to the Draenei, which means the exiled ones. Kill-Jaden is angry about their escape and vows to hunt them down. Sargaras corrupts the world soul of Argus and uses it to build a machine that lets him regenerate anyone in his army, making them effectively immortal. Meanwhile,
Okay. Okay, so if we I'm sorry. I'm crushing it. I'm crushing it. Okay, so Argus, this is called Fall of Argus, so it's basically about a planet that gets screwed big time. And we know it's been used to make some kind of machine to regurgitate all of this bull crap over here. Okay. So if we're going with the concept of Sargeras got shade, if we're going with this is all propaganda, could we go with an idea that Sargeras is chaotic neutral? Like, could we go with this? Could we say Sargeras is evil and is willing to do anything for some bizarre long-term good, and he is chaotic neutral? So let's put here Sargeras destroys Argus for resurrection thing machine. 2 of 3 leaders are corrupted. Kill-Jaden, this is how I've always seen it in my head, vows to pay back. Okay. So I'm okay with having a chaotic neutral person who is like very low-key and is just doing things for what he believes to be the right thing. But I guess once again we will have to see how that plays out. So this is okay. So we'll put in. Is this all fake? Is it all fake? Oh, Kill-Jaden vows to pay back Velen for... Okay. So we'll say Velen vows to pay back Velen for rejecting the corruption. And we'll say this includes Kill-Jaden. Now, my question is this entire story going to then be considered fake? Or are we going to now go with this idea that it did happen, but Sargeras is just incredibly complicated and psychotic / sociopathic? So is this all fake? Or is Sargeras sociopathic / chaotic neutral? What's chat's take on this? I'm not... Oh, okay. D&D alignments don't really work for WoW lore. Well, Woolly Ram, do you think Sargeras is a morally complicated person or someone who is willing to just screw around and do something really bad for the good of what he considers to be the good? Okay, so these are real events. Okay, so we're going to take out this because it's real. We're going to take out that. Okay, so motivations are in question. Okay. Well, that sucks for Argus. Now, as a player, could we visit Argus? Can we visit this planet? Okay, Sargaras is only dominated. Oh, so like brainwashed? Oh, I see, Woolly Ram. So he has to be like lawfully good or something like that? Sargeras could also have been dominated into his actions. Oh, yikes. Okay. Okay, so all we know is that he stabs the planet. Really, Shay? Oh, that would be cool. I'd like to go there. That planet sounds cool. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hello, good music. We're looking at the lore. We are now 1 minute and 37 seconds in. I don't know how long we've been at this, but I'm painfully going through because I want to do my best to see what the lore is at. Now, I don't equate lore with story. There is obviously, we're looking at a story, right? But this is just a lot of like historical events happening in a sequence right now. I'm not feeling too emotionally involved here, just enjoying some lore. So far, it's been interesting. I've discovered from everyone here that apparently it's all a lie. The cake is a lie. It's best to go through the 20 minutes and then go back. Okay, so let's keep going.
Back on Azeroth, the imprisoned old gods drive their guards crazy and make a curse that turns stuff into meat, meaning these guys turn into these guys. A big magic pool called the Well of Eternity that was left behind by...
Wait, what? I'm sorry, everyone. I know, I promised I would keep playing, but I'm not able to cope right now. This is a big deal.
These guys turn into these guys.
Nani? Okay, so now we're talking about creation of races.
A big magic pool called the Well of Eternity that was left behind by the Titan starts hyper-evolving deer and squirrels into a race called trolls.
Wait, what? Oh, so this is creation of races.
Meanwhile, back on Azeroth, the imprisoned old gods drive their guards crazy and make a curse that turns stuff into meat, meaning these guys turn into these guys. A big magic pool called the Well of Eternity that was left behind by the Titan starts hyper-evolving deer and squirrels into a race called trolls. The trolls dub themselves the Zandalari and form the Zandalari Empire, which has a strict caste system. The lowest caste decides that being in the lowest caste sucks and leaves to form their own empires. One of these empires settles by the Well of Eternity and evolve even further, transforming into elves. These newly...
Okay. Evolution of races occurs. After which, old gods start chain reaction of evolving races. Also, Well of Eternity helps evolve more races. Are old gods all that bad? Question mark. Amenthul, the leader of the Titans, is always portrayed as bossing the others around. Yeah, Wooly. That is my guess, is if you played the game in linear fashion over the years at the same time with everyone else, you could really get into it. I'm personally bummed that I can't have the option to go back as a solo player and solo the story myself, because I am one of those people who would. Like, I love fantasy. I want to experience this. I want to see this myself. I am spoiling myself, but the good news for everyone is that I have extreme powers of disbelief and no, well, I am actually supremely skeptical, but I'm also supremely imaginative. So I I can go in and enjoy myself, but I'm just confused about how I'm going to play the game solo and experience all of this properly, because the game has no real easy way to just play through it, even solo. And that is where I think Final Fantasy XIV shines. But, okay, so creation of races.
One of these empires settles by the Well of Eternity and evolve even further, transforming into elves. These newly formed elves create the Caldor.
BT dubs, my character is not a night elf, it's like a wood elf, maybe? She's like a hunter. I think she looks kind of cute, but she's okay.
Transforming into elves. These newly formed elves create the Caldor Empire. Led by Queen j.r.r, they use the Well of Eternity to gain magical and technological superiority, allowing them to swiftly defeat the Zandalari and take over Kalimdor. The Caldor has excessive use of the Well.
Okay, so that's like 2 seconds of extreme imperialism, I assume? Okay, so then we're going to say, let's see here. Let's say elves take over. That's all I can say there. Yeah, this is Warcraft 3. I've heard that this is all pre-WoW. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I have to go against the new player experience to experience the old stuff. Ooh, well, you know, good music, sometimes you gotta walk away, and I support you walking away, but if you want to come back and check in about, I don't want to say an hour, but, you know, in a bit, in an hour and a half, I will be also covering Final Fantasy 1.0 lore as well at some point. So music, if you want to hang in for there. And then after that, we might do some other stuff. Might talk about other things. Yeah, Shay, I am thinking about, I think I found a Reddit post that gives you steps on how to go about experiencing it. So I'll consider it. Okay, so we got creation of races. There's a Well of Eternity, Elf Superior, Elf Supremacy, Elf British Empire, sun never sets on the Elvish Empire.
Kalimdor. The Caldor has excessive use of a Well of Eternity lets Sargaras magically access Azeroth, but he still has no idea where it is in physical space, so he needs to rely on opening portals.
Okay, that's convenient. I can sense it, but I don't know where it is, even though I'm a Titan.
Portals to invade. Since he needs a powerful mage to open the portal, Sargaras reaches out to j.r.r and offers her a place at his side. j.r.r agrees and uses Well of Eternity to summon a Burning Legion into Azeroth. The dragons in an elf rebellion led by Tyrande Whisperwind and brothers Illidan and Malfurion Stormrage fight to stop j.r.r in the War of the Ancients. Attempting to gain power against the Legion, Illidan pretends to join j.r.r's forces. Sargaras is so grateful he stabs out Illidan's eyes and gives him cool demon vision. This allows Illidan to see the true power of a Burning Legion, and he begins to fear their defeat on Azeroth will ultimately be pointless. One of the 5 aspects named
Okay. Elves take over. Not enough. And then we go with Sargeras. Senses. Powers. But can't get to Azeroth. Lures Queen Elf into Pact. This is like void sense crap. Okay. Queen Elf launches a large global, let's just say the word global invasion. Major heroes fight her. Illidan undercover. I feel like I know the name Illidan. I feel like I've heard Asmongold talk about Illidan before. What else can I say? Illidan's losing faith?
Defeat on Azeroth will ultimately be pointless. One of the 5 aspects, named Neltharion, is driven mad by the old gods, who convince him to steal the Ever Aspect's powers by making a weapon called the Dragon Soul under the guise of fighting the Legion. Once the weapon is built, Neltharion blows everyone up with it. He changes his name to Deathwing to show off how edgy and cool he is. Malfurion steals the Dragon Soul and hides it. Deathwing is sealed in Deephelm, a big cave at the core of Azeroth. The Rebellion shuts down the portal and stops the Legion, but the Well of Eternity is destroyed in the process, which causes a big magical explosion called the Centering that breaks Kalimdor into a bunch of little pieces.
That was a lot. I can't even say. I'm just going to suggest. Okay, let's see if I can. So, how would I even. Okay, Dragon goes nuts, finagles people into making Deathstone thing, transforms self, Deathstone thing hidden, question mark, well, explodes, new continents. Farewell, Pangea. Continents. Content. I can't even spell continents anymore. Continents. Oh my good heavens. Okay.
Named Neltharion is driven mad by the old gods, who convince him to steal the Ever Aspect's powers by making a weapon called the Dragon Soul under the guise of fighting the Legion. Once the weapon is built, Neltharion blows everyone up with it. He changes his name to Deathwing to show off how edgy and cool he is. Malfurion steals the Dragon Soul and hides it. Deathwing is sealed in Deepholm, a big cave at the core of Azeroth. The Rebellion shuts down the portal and stops the Legion, but the Well of Eternity is destroyed in the process, which causes a big magical explosion called the Centering that breaks Kalimdor into a bunch of little pieces. As the Kaldori capital sinks into the ocean, the old god N'Zoth turns j.r.r and her followers into fish. Obsessed with the power of a Nightwell and fearing an ever-Legion invasion, Illidan uses water reeds stolen from the Well of Eternity to make a new well in Mount Hyjal. The Ever-Elves are angered by this and throw Illidan in jail for his actions. The remaining elves fight.
Illidan goes in jail for making new well. That's my takeaway. For making new well. Holy crap. Okay.
As the Kaldori capital sinks into the ocean, the old god N'Zoth turns j.r.r and her followers into fish.
Okay, so the queen, old god turns queen elf into fish. Okay, question everyone. Is anyone here in chat believing that the old gods are actually good? Any thoughters on this one? Ben is trying to start a fight. Oh no, what did he say? I don't have party here. Okay, good music. Lurk away. Yala says the only source on lore I trust is the Tauren lore. Eyes of the Earth Mother. So everyone's just getting corrupted, Shay. He's the edgelord of WoW. Okay, Shay. Maybe I could read that. Okay, so Epic is saying old gods were not evil. What if the old gods were not evil, everyone? Don't worry, Min. I am with you. I have found out almost everything we're watching is just propaganda and should be taken with a grain of salt. But my question is, maybe the old gods are like, you know, like neutral. Yeah, yalla. That makes sense. Yes, Min. I am kind of with you, except that I've watched some Asmongold and some Akalon. So I am a little bit aware. But my question would be, what if the old gods are kind of like nature? Like the another kind of. Yeah, Ben. But think about it. They turned the queen elf into a fish for making a pact with Sargaras. That wasn't good. Oh, but if Sargaras is good and the old gods turned the queen who is helping the good person into a fish, then the old gods must be bad. Ah. You know, Shay, have you ever looked at the mythological pictures at Angkor Wat? There is a belief in, oh, they turned her into a fish to save her and her empire from destruction. Oh. Interesting. Okay. But going back to this concept of no one can win. So in Angkor Wat, there's a bridge, and there's also murals of two teams of people pulling on this snake thing, this naga. And the idea is from the pulling, the kind of the balance of good and evil, or the balance of the universe or cosmos is achieved. Maybe they're trying to go for something like that. Oh, okay. So the old gods could be low-key helping Sargaras. Okay. See, Wooly, this is where I think I do have a small issue. Is like, I'm good with certain gray characters, but if everyone is gray, that's when I start getting a little squirrely. I sometimes I like to have black and white, and then everybody underneath them is gray. Or like have gray behind the scenes and everyone is black and white at the front. If that makes sense. Like, there has to be a balance between, if it's all just gray, that gets into modern storytelling, and it makes the mythological feel of the story a little okay. Anyway, let's keep going.
Possessed with the power of a night well and fearing an ever-legion invasion, Illidan uses water reeds stolen from a well of eternity to make a new well in Mount Hyjal. The ever elves are angered by this and throw Illidan in jail for his actions. The remaining elves fight over whether to use the last of a well and break into two factions. The Night Elves stay on Kalimdor, and the Highborn travel to the Eastern Kingdoms and make a new font of magical
I think my person is a highborn, but I could be wrong.
energy called the Sunwell. They rename themselves to the High Elves. The children of some Vrykul and Northrend are being born mutated. These mutated children are ordered to be killed, but some are snuck to the Eastern Kingdoms instead. Here they form tribes and call themselves humans. One group of humans, called the Arathi tribe, begins to unite the other groups under one banner, forming the Kingdom of Arathor. Eventually, the Kingdom of Arathor grows so large that several of its biggest cities declare independence and break off into the kingdoms of Gilneas, Alterac, Dalaran, Kultiras, Stormwind, and Lordaeron. The High Elves ally themselves with humans to fight the trolls living in the Eastern Kingdoms, while the Night Elves and Dragons fight the Old God bugs and lock them in the Titan prison of Ahn'Qiraj. The High Elves teach the humans magic, and some of the humans start to accidentally summon demons and elementals. To protect against the threats created by humans having magic, the leaders of Dalaran decide to give one human a whole bunch more magic. This person is called the Guardian, and they pass their power on to the next person the council chooses when they retire. Sargaras, who still has no idea where Azeroth is.
Okay, let's stop with the Sargaras thing. So this is called Rise of Humans. So this is obviously how humans were mutated into existence. Wilden. And I'm assuming from... Where is it? Is this the eventual, like, break between, like, the Horde and the Alliance? Okay, Shay, I can roll with that. Okay. Yeah. So Shay wrote, I'm not familiar with mythology, but basically Azeroth lore is a mishmash of all mythologies in Lovecraft. It was not purposeful and vanilla, so now they're trying to make it purposeful, and that is probably where they might have a bit of a struggle in how to like make it make sense overall without making people mad. Okay, so cosmic powers are gray, but the individuals that champion them are black or white. Okay, so that's the... I prefer black or white in behind and then everybody gray on the front, but you know, this is a choice. It's a choice. It's fine. Titans claim the old gods arrived on Azeroth, where it is way more likely they've always been there. Yeah, fair enough. That's the orc invasion. No. Okay, so this is not yet Horde versus Alliance. This is just a whole different thing. So we'll say humans mutate into existence, grow in power, ally with high elves, gain magic, cause trouble. Okay.
while the Night Elves and Dragons fight the Old God bugs and lock them in the Titan prison of HORCRUX. The High Elves teach the humans magic, and some of the humans start to accidentally summon demons and elementals. To protect against the threats created by humans having magic, the leaders of Dalaran decide to give one human a whole bunch more magic. This person is called the Guardian, and they pass their power on to the next person the council chooses when they retire. Sargaras, who still has no idea where Azeroth is physically, is currently trying to open another portal to invade Fruit, but opening an army-sized portal requires a lot of magic, so Sargaras can only open a small portal and send a less powerful mini-version of himself called an avatar through. His avatar then proceeds to start eating dragons in order to gain more magic. But dragons aren't a fan of being eaten, so they ask the humans for help, and the humans send the current guardian, Anduin, who goes to Northrend and kills the avatar, sealing its body in the tomb of Sargaras so it can't be resurrected. Unbeknownst to Anduin, a portion of...
I feel Tomb of Sargaras was a dungeon. Is it a dungeon? I feel like I heard this before. Was your message hidden? Interesting. Let me know if there's an issue. You can send it to me on Discord, Epic. Okay. Okay, Bet Vici. It was a raid. All right, right. Okay. So then, let's say, Sargaras tries to come through portal again, sends avatar, which is killed and sealed in a tomb, which is a raid. Okay, a dungeon and a raid. Walden. Okay, so see, I know some of these names. They seeped in from too much watching. But the raid takes place thousands of years after this. Okay, Shay. So this is still ancient history, of course, because we are only almost 5 minutes in. Look at me go. I'm powering.
Powering the avatar jumps into her when she kills it and proceeds to hide there.
Wait, what? Wait.
Tomb of Sargaras, so it can't be resurrected. Unbeknownst to Anduin, a portion of Sargaras' soul powering the avatar jumps into her when she kills it and proceeds.
Oh my lord. We have a HORCRUX. Okay. Sargaras. I'm calling it. I'm almost writing his name as asparagus. Sargaras HORCRUX hides inside Guardian Lady. Wow. Okay.
Proceeds to hide there. Adrian decides that someone else getting to choose who gets her powers is lame, so she goes into hiding. Remember Velen and those goats on the spaceship that were fleeing the Legion? They just crashed onto a peaceful planet called Draenor and made friends with the Orcs, a race of shaman who are happy to share their planet. Everyone is friendly, and these two races are sure to be lifelong pals. Back on Azeroth, the dwarves are living inside a mountain when their king dies, and suddenly...
Was that sarcasm?
Remember Velen and those goats on the spaceship that were fleeing the Legion? They just crashed onto a peaceful planet called Draenor and made friends with the Orcs, a race of shaman who are happy to share their planet.
Okay.
Everyone is friendly, and these two races are sure to be lifelong pals. Back on Azeroth, the dwarves are living inside a mountain when their king dies, and suddenly everyone wants to be the new leader. The War of the Three Hammers breaks out, and the dwarves split into the Bronzebeard, Darkiron, and Wildhammer clans. The Bronzebeards win and take over Ironforge. Angry over losing the war, the Darkirons try to summon elementals to kill the other clans, but they do too good a job and accidentally summon Ragnaros, the Fire Lord, who traps the Darkiron dwarves inside a Black Rock mountain and forces them to act as his slaves. Adrian is still in hiding and just had a child named Medivh.
What is this section called? This feels very random. Azeroth before the First War. I feel like this is just like chunks of things happening. There's people on another planet meeting other races that are orcs. And we have dwarven civil wars. And now we have lady with baby.
Unbeknownst to her, the latent fragments of Sargaras' soul jump into...
Oh no. Is the HORCRUX spreading, or is it just a single HORCRUX hopping? Baby hopping. Oh lord. Okay.
Him. In a stunning display of nepotism, Adrian gives her infant child the powers of a guardian. The human kingdom of Stormwind goes to war for Gurubashi.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to break it down here. Okay. Orcs discovered an interplanetary exploration? Question mark. Dwarven Civil War. Horcrux moves to baby. All right, that's how we're gonna describe
Troll.
this.
During a troll attack on Stormwind City, the now adult Medivh uses his powers as the Guardian to obliterate patrols and save the city. He's heralded as a hero and welcomed as the new Guardian. Sargaras remains undiscovered inside of him. On Draenor, Kill-Jaden
Baby becomes hero. Baby becomes hero, killing trolls. Okay.
is tracked down Velen and Vidranai. He reaches out to an orc shaman named Gul'dan, offering him power if he helps turn the orcs against him. Gul'dan agrees and proceeds to frame Vidranai for attacks on orc villages. The orcs respond by banding together to stop Vidranai. Gul'dan forms a cool new group called the Horde, and the secret ingredient is fell magic. He convinces the Horde to drink the blood of a demon Manaroth, which has the side effect of turning your skin green and also enslaving them to the Legion. He installs a bloodthirsty Black Hand as a puppet war chief. This new, fell-crazed Horde slaughters Vidranai, who flee into the forest led by Velen. Under War Chief Blackhand, the Horde is reckless and destructive. Quickly, they eat all the food on Draenor and need a new place to live. Sargaras sees this as an opportunity to have his avatar freed from the tomb and tells Gul'dan about a lush planet the Horde can invade called Azeroth. Back on Azeroth, Sargaras begins to corrupt Medivh from within, eventually convincing him to help Gul'dan open a dark portal, a massive gate that connects Azeroth to Draenor. The orcs pour through, marking the beginning of the First War.
Okay. Baby becomes hero, killing trolls. Ends up opening portal for green orc people who have eradicated original population after drinking Kool-Aid. This is almost like cultic kind of stuff. We assume baby hopping. Oh no, Shay. Oh no. What? And I'm so curious what is blocking Epic. That's fascinating. The light is used by a lot of good people, even worship for being good, yet you can use the light to do evil things. The light simply wants to be used. Oh, yikes. Okay. Creepy. The ABC is never wrong. If it decides your words are naughty, its decision is final. Yeah. I think the first war is Warcraft 1. Oh, okay. So this is all like crazy lore that was explained later after the actual game. Yes, Min, this is Wilden. Cosmology is massive. I think it still works. I think it's really great because it gives you a lot of scope. But if you don't allow your players to access it in a clear way, I can see how this would be very, very confusing.
First war rages on for 3 years between the Horde and the Kingdom of Stormwind, led by King Lane Rin. The kingdom.
I know Stormwind. Stormwind is my city. Or it was my city until I left the city and got thrown in jail.
The first war rages on for 3 years between.
So this is where I am.
The Horde and the Kingdom of Stormwind, led by King Lane Rin. The Kingdom of Stormwind still believes Medivh is their ally, and he continues to act as the Guardian. An orc named Garona meets and befriends Medivh and his apprentice Khadgar. Garona abandons the Horde and sides with humans. Together, Khadgar and Garona discover that Medivh is responsible for opening the portal and team up with General Anduin Lothar to kill Medivh.
Anduin! I know Anduin! Okay. Alright. So now we got Horde versus humans. And then we will have evil baby man or Horcrux, right? Shay is now sowing seeds of uncertainty. Evil Horcrux baby, question mark. Revealed to have opened portal. Enter Anduin. Actually, forgot. Oh, is it a different Anduin? Oh my lord. That's another one, Chieko. Oh, good heavens. Okay, well, I'm going to rewind just a little bit.
Garona abandons the Horde and sides with humans. Together, Khadgar and Garona discover that Medivh is responsible for opening the portal and team up with General Anduin Lothar.
So I guess he was like an old hero that they would name their kid after.
to kill Medivh. Orgrim Doomhammer is
Wait a minute. Medivh just got offed?
Orgrim Doomhammer is upset by
What?
Blackhand's brutality towards his own portal and team up with General Anduin Lothar to kill Medivh.
Oh my lord. Anduin #1, who helps some people kill evil, air quote, Horcrux baby. It's assumed. Remember, we all have to remember all of this could be reinterpreted given that the Titans are potentially, complicated.
Orgrim Doomhammer is upset by Blackhand's brutality towards his own soldiers and challenges him to a mock Garroth for leadership of a horde. Orgrim wins and kills Blackhand. Grona returns to Stormwind to deliver her report of Medivh's death. While informing King Ren of the situation, Grona is possessed by horde warlocks and assassinates the king against her will.
What? Oh, right, because orcs are like puppet people. Okay. Good orc lady. Puppeted into killing king. Are they going to come out and say, actually, because the Titans are not reliable and the narration is all gone to crap, actually, she wasn't puppeted and she did it under her own free will? Like, are we going to rethink whether she did it on purpose or not? Or is that still set in stone? Puppet people. Well, that... I don't mean... I'm sorry, orc people. I don't mean to be racist, but... I don't even know how to, like, what? You know what I mean? This all happened, but we have no idea of real intentions. Yeah, so then my question is, like, are orc people just wanting... Okay, so we'll say lately puppeted into... Good orc lady puppeted into killing king. Okay, human king, I should say.
At its leader, Stormwind falls to a horde, ending the First War.
Okay, First War ends with Stormwind occupied. Ends with Stormwind occupied by horde. Yeah, Min. Ben! Oh no! I mean, it's puppets all the way up, except for the jailer. Yeah, I mean, okay, well, anyway, we're going to keep going.
Stormwind flee north to Lordaeron, where Anduin Lothar convinces the Ever Kingdoms to assist. Together, they begin to plan a second war against the Horde and unite into the Alliance of Lordaeron. Meanwhile, Doomhammer's Horde marches north from Stormwind towards Ironforge to get resources. The Horde fights the dwarves and gnomes, leaving them trapped in their cities. The Horde continues north towards Lordaeron, but it's too well defended, so they head past it and poke at the High Elves and Quel'Thalas for a bit before turning around. Gul'dan betrays the Horde and leaves for the tomb of Sargaras with some soldiers. Then he betrays Sargaras and ignores orders to open a portal, instead planning to steal the power of the tomb for himself. Sargaras doesn't like being betrayed, so demons eat Gul'dan. Orgrim Doomhammer is unaware of Gul'dan's desertion and begins a siege of Lordaeron. Originally successful, Doomhammer had been counting on Gul'dan's forces to bolster the assault, and when he learns they have abandoned the Horde, he's forced to undergo an incredibly costly retreat to Blackrock Mountain. Unaware that Gul'dan is already dead, Doomhammer dispatches the sons of a former war chief Blackhand, Dalrend and Maim, along with a contingent of orcs to slay Gul'dan. The pursuing human forces free the besieged dwarves and gnomes, who pledge their service to the Alliance. The severely weakened Horde makes their final stand at Blackrock Mountain. Orgrim Doomhammer kills Anduin Lothar to break the human spirits, only for him to be replaced by the paladin Turalyon, who captures Doomhammer and rallies the Alliance into pushing the Horde back through the Dark Portal. Khadgar deactivates the portal, closing the gateway between Azeroth and Draenor and ending the Second War. Rend, Maim, and Ver continue.
I think my eyes glazed over. Oh boy. Second War. Ends with human win. I'm now putting air quotes around everything at this point in time because it's like, what is even real at this point? We'll say Horde appears to make progress but fails when various important figureheads are killed due to attempting to double-cross Sargaras. So Sargaras accidentally sabotaged the people who were helping open a portal for him. uh, oh, everyone. This is a lot of fun, I will admit. I shouldn't be laughing. This is very serious. His right-handed man sabotaged him and he killed him. Okay. So no. Okay. Double cross Sargeras. Okay. Killed by Sargeras's right-hand man. Is this the Last Supper? Okay, so my notes are: Second War ends with human, air quote, win. Horde appears to make progress but fails when various important figureheads are killed due to attempting to double-cross Sargeras, killed by Sargeras' right-handed man. Yeah, Gul'dan. Okay, we'll just throw a name in there. I mean, names at this point, right? But we got some kind of a win. We have humans saving dwarves / gnomes. What else do we got? Portal closed.
Hammer kills Anduin Lofar to break the human spirits, only for him to be replaced by the paladin Turalian, who captures Doomhammer and rallies the Alliance into pushing the Horde back through the Dark Portal. Khadgar deactivates the portal, closing the gateway between Azeroth and Draenor and ending the Second War. Rend, Maim, and their contingent of orcs arrives at Blackrock Mountain after the Alliance departs and occupy the fortress for themselves. Fortifying the keep from attackers, they create the cool new Dark Horde, and the secret ingredient is dragons. The victorious Alliance rebuilds Stormwind, naming the adolescent son of Lane Rin, Varian, as king. The Alliance also puts the orcs they captured into internment camps. Orgrim himself is sent to one such camp. The High Elves, feeling that the protection of Lordaeron was prioritized over their capital, Quel'Thalas, leave the Alliance. Back on Draenor, the orc shaman Ner'zhul finds himself leading the remnants of the Horde on a still dying world. He plans to open portals to other planets to plunder their resources because it worked so well last time, but to do this, he needs to steal magical artifacts from Azeroth, so he reopens the Dark Portal, great work Khadgar, and sends a small group of soldiers through to retrieve the artifacts. They succeed, but the Alliance decides to go on the offensive, electing to send a group of soldiers led by Turalian, Khadgar, and some other people into the Dark Portal in order to end the Horde once and for all. Corrupted by the power of the artifacts, Ner'zhul opens a massive number of portals at once, tearing apart the fabric of Draenor and abandoning the Horde. The planet is destroyed and pulled into the Twisting Never, forming a floating landmass called the Outlands.
Okay, I gotta stop. No, it's not. Okay, so back on Draenor. Draenor dying. Revitalization efforts results in opening portals again. Dark relics corrupt Draenorian people. Alliance from Azeroth heroes push back new forays, enter portal, deal with the corrupted people, Horde people left there. Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm getting lost. No, his right-handed man sabotaged him, so he killed him because he wasn't going to open the portal for him anyway. Okay. World of Warcraft 1, 2, and 3 are historical facts with living veterans in the current day setting. I think you mean Gul'dan. Sargaras killed Gul'dan for sabotaging him. Okay, so we'll say killed. Okay, so important figureheads are killed due to attempting to double cross Sargeras. Okay, so we'll just delete that part. All right, I got it. I got it now. I'm on Narzul, key figure here. Narzul. Okay, I'll put that name in. Okay, and then from what I understand here, he's opening all of these portals. There's an Alliance expedition, and Draenor is destroyed.
Power of the artifacts, Ner'zhul opens a massive number of portals at once, tearing apart the fabric of Draenor and abandoning the Horde. The planet is destroyed and pulled into the Twisting Never, forming a floating landmass called the Outlands.
Okay, Draenor destroyed. Draenor destroyed by the portals being opened. Too many of them. Okay, ripped apart. Okay.
In order to save Azeroth from the might of a now stranded Horde, Khadgar collapses the Dark Portal, trapping himself and the Alliance expedition in the Outlands. Presumed dead, statues of the leaders of the expedition are erected in the newly rebuilt Stormwind. Angered by Ner'zhul's betrayal of the Horde, Kill-Jaden turns him into an evil hat and a sword called Frostworm that have the power to raise the dead.
Chat. Is this the Lich King hat? Is this the Lich King hat? Okay. So we'll just say Kill-Jaden turns bad guy into hat and sword as punishment. Yes! I recognized a piece of gear. All right. Helm of Domination. Okay, although chat, is this the helmet that was turned into the Burger King hat? I'm going to be like triggering good music here. Okay, Narzul is first. So this is Narzul. First Lich King, technically speaking. Was the Helm of Domination the one turned into the Burger King hat? Everyone was like laughing because it looked weird and small. Oh, poor Shay. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, now we caught up. Okay. And that's Frostmourne. Arthas' sword. I know these names! My time spent listening to Asmongold ranting is now paying off.
Then he drops him on Azeroth in order to weaken the human kingdoms in preparation for a Legion invasion.
Okay. So he puts him in the north, hence why he's in the cold area.
He also gives Ner'zhul a few demons called Dreadlords to help speed things along. In the Orcish internment camps, a young orc named Thrall befriends Doomhammer, and together they rally the orcs into rebellion and escape the camps. They build a cool new horde, and the secret ingredient is friendship, but Orgrim is killed, naming Thrall the new war chief. Thrall leads the orcs to the lost continent of Kalimdor in order to escape the humans. During the voyage, they meet with the Darkspear trolls and Matoran, both of whom join the horde.
Oh, this is when furries entered the game. Okay. So we're going to say orcs break out of internment camps and find new world with furries. I'm not against furries. Just saying that they have furry bodies. I will agree. Frostmourne is a gorgeous name. Frostmourne is very gorgeous. Wait a minute. They don't really literally just have a hat sitting around, right? Like the helm gets a person. They put a person in the helm. It's probably going to be...
Ner'zhul, now called the Lich King, has had a few years to get ready, and he's starting to build a following. He needs powerful magic boys to open a big portal, so he recruits the wizard...
They really love portals in this game. Like, a lot.
Kel'Thuzad and together they make a plague that kills people and turns them into zombies. They release it.
Wait a minute. Kel'Thuzad? I feel like I know this one. Is this a raid too? Is this a thing? Who is this? Okay. So we are. It's just a hat right now. Wow. Okay, that's some hat. Horde as a faction established on Kalimdor. Camps were a mistake. Azeroth would have been better off if the orcs were physically and permanently removed. Yeah. He's an eventual raid boss. Okay, see, I remembered this Kel'Thuzad about 20 years from this point in the story. Okay. Naxxramas raid. See, all of these weird names are coming back. Okay, so we'll say orcs break out of internment camps and find new world with furries. A creation of current day horde, basically. Okay. I'm just gonna go back a little bit. The Scourge of Lord Daron.
Join the Horde. Ner'zhul, now called the Lich King, has had a few years to get ready, and he's starting to build a following. He needs powerful magic boys to open a big portal, so he recruits the wizard Kel'Thuzad and to get...
Okay. Hat Man Ner'zhul, Lich King #1, recruits Kel'Thuzad to make more portals?
Together they make a plague that kills people and turns them into...
Nope, plagues.
Following. He needs powerful magic boys to open a big portal, so he recruits the wizard Kel'Thuzad and together they make a plague that kills people and turns them into zombies. They release it into the northern cities of Lordaeron via infected grain, and the Third War begins. King Tyrannus Metaphil.
Okay. Make clays to turn people into zombies. This is where we're going to have that whole Arthas was good or bad, or is it Anduin? I'm not sure who it was. Somebody was killing people who were becoming zombies or were going to become zombies, and people are like, oh, he's good, or he did the right thing, or he did not do the right thing. Anyway, I know. Okay, so World War III. Let's hear it.
Of Lordaeron hears rumors of a plague to the north and sends his son Arthas and the mage Jaina.
Here we go. Arthas and Jaina. I know Jaina. Okay, or maybe it's not Jaina. Maybe it's Jaina #1, the precursor to the Jaina I know in BFA. And wait a minute, where are we at right now? Third War. So Warcraft starts here. So I guess she's been around? Is this a different Jaina? Naxxramas. Ramass? Okay, so Jaina and Arthas gotta deal with zombies. This is where Arthas is going to kill people, and everyone is going to argue about whether he was morally justified or not.
They find that Kel'Thuzad has poisoned a recent grain delivery to the bustling city of Stratholme with a plague. Arthas kills Kel'Thuzad, and they head to Stratholme to stop a grain shipment.
Wow, they kill Kel'Thuzad. Do they kill him, or just... Okay, we'll just say kills. I'm putting literal scare quotes around this because I don't even... Who knows?
Okay. It was too late to stop the townsfolk from eating the grain, and with no cure for the plague, Arthas decides to kill the...
I mean, let's all be real. We've killed tons of tempered people, so... Yeah. Here we go. Culling. The culling. I know all about this.
Dead. Jaina is aghast and abandons Arthas. Arthas purges the city and meets...
Okay, so Arthas calls the Zod. People eat grain. Arthas kills town. Jaina freaks out. Just like the post-years writers. No, how
Dreadlord
could you?
Mal'Ganis, who taunts the prince, telling him to find him in Northrend. Arthas becomes obsessed with taking revenge on Mal'Ganis and follows him to Northrend, discovering the sword Frostmourne along the way. The sword consumes his soul, and Arthas is corrupted by the will of the Lich King, becoming an undead soldier called a Death Knight.
Okay. This is interesting. Arthas goes on Revenge Bender, finds Frostmourne, turns into Death Knight, and is corrupted. Now, I'm going to be frank, everyone. I actually think this story is interesting because hitherto it's really all been about this group of people, that group of people. It felt very monolithic, if that makes sense. Like it's a horde of people, or you could tell me like this is all propaganda and this isn't true, but that doesn't mean that it makes it personable. It doesn't mean that it makes it feel close. Whereas this story of Arthas and Jaina, for example, to me feels like a character journey that feels like, I know that we had things like Kill-Jaden and Gul'dan and Narzul and stuff, but I just feel like, I don't know. I think so far, out of everything I've listened to so far, and look, I've been taking notes. I've been taking this fairly seriously. And I think this is going to be my favorite story arc. Am I crazy? Okay, let's see here. We know this Jaina. Okay, good. This is a Jaina I know. We're at Warcraft 3. Okay. Arthas did wrong things, lots of them. Starthome still needed purging. Yeah, that's fair, Wally. I get that. I kind of like that. Those are the characters you know. Yes. Good. I'm on the track. He's a Lich. As long as his phylactery is working, he won't die. Oh, okay. Granting freedom to the tempered with the use of blade and sorcery. I mean, it's not much different from how... Yes, so, Ben, we were just doing some fate grinding for yokai event, and we're just killing tons of tempered people, and I'm like, you know... we do have a cure for that now. Okay, so this isn't propaganda anymore. This is real. So according to Shay, who along with everyone else, but who has been kind of telling me what is propaganda, what is not propaganda, this is not propaganda anymore. And Epic Cthulhu, not propaganda anymore. Probably not propaganda anymore. Okay. Warcraft 3 and Wrath of the Lich King have a solid story across. Yeah. It's most people's favorite, to be honest. Okay. WoW Vanilla, BC, and Wrath ride this plotline. Bacon cures tempering. Okay, so far, I find Arthas to be interesting, and I actually kind of like this idea that Jaina freaks out. I feel like these are real people that are having, like, experiences that we can kind of understand from where we're coming from as players. So yes, I'm enjoying this part. So let's see what happens to Arthas. Okay, let's see it.
Now minion of the Lich King, Arthas returns to Lordaeron and murders his father, King Terran as Menethil, while his forces destroy the city. The Lich King still needs Kelf.
Oh wow, so that must be a cinematic right there.
King, becoming an undead soldier called a Death Knight. Now minion of the Lich King, Arthas returns to Lordaeron and murders his father, King Terran as Menethil, while his forces destroy the city. The Lich King still needs Kel'Thuzad to summon Archimon, so he orders Arthas to stuff the dead wizard chunks in a jar. In order to raise Kel'Thuzad as a Lich, Arthas needs the power of the Sunwell, so he marches his forces north to Kel'Thalas. Along the way, he captures the Ranger General of Silvermoon, Sylvanas Windrunner, who he kills and raises as a Banshee. The Scourge stormed Silvermoon and slaughtered the High Elves, raising Kel'Thuzad as a Lich and corrupting the Sunwell in the process. With Kel'Thuzad resurrected, the Scourge returns south and raid the city of Dalaran for a magic book. Once they have it, Kel'Thuzad summons Archimond, who builds a sandcastle and punches it, which destroys Dalaran. Remember that second Well of Eternity Illidan made in Hyjal? Archimond needs it to summon the Legion, so he and the gang head west to Kalimdor. Also, a big tree called the World Tree grew in it, and it made the elves immortal. Jaina and Thrall are both met by the ghost of Medivh, who says they need to stop Archimond at Mount Hyjal or Azeroth will be destroyed. Jaina leads the alliance to Kalimdor.
Wait,
On
what?
Kalimdor, the spooky Medivh ghost meets Jaina and Thrall again and tells them the way he captures the Ranger General of Silver falls into the Northrend, discovering the sword Frostmourne along the way. Arthas returns to Lordaeron and murders his father, King Taranis Menethil, while his forces destroy the city. The Lich King still needs Kel'Thuzad to summon Archimond, so he orders Arthas to stuff the dead wizard chunks in a jar. In order to raise Kel'Thuzad as a Lich, Arthas needs the power of the Sunwell, so he marches his forces north to Kel'Thalas. Along the way, he captures the Ranger General of Silvermoon, Sylvanas Windrunner.
This is the Sylvanas that everyone knows, so he kills and reses her as a Lich.
Who he kills and raises as a Banshee. The Scourge...
Banshee. Reses Sylvanas as Banshee. Okay. Epic Cthulhu says, since this isn't about the Titans, these are actual events told from the perspective of the game for the most part. Okay, I should say Jaina and Uthar. Okay, I'll put in Uthar. There we go. Stop before the Shadowlands for Arthas, epic. One of the Blizzard's greatest cinematics. It stops at Shadowlands. LOL. Their cinematics always look amazing. Sylvanas. When she still had personality. Okay, so he kills her and reses her.
Who he kills and raises as a Banshee. The Scourge storms Silvermoon and slaughter the High Elves, raising Kel'Thuzad as a Lich and corrupting the Sunwell in the process.
What? I'm sorry.
Raising Kel'Thuzad as a Lich and corrupting the Sunwell in the process.
Okay. So, corrupts... There's a lot of corruption in this game. Corrupts Sunwell. What are we going to do today? We could, go down to the store, buy some freezies. We could order some Tim Hortons. We could, eat some donuts. What about some corruption? You feeling like you want some corruption? I want some corruption. Yeah, let's do some corruption. Where are we going to do corruption today? I'm going to just close my eyes. Right here. What is a small island? Somewhere between Daenerys and the South Sea. We'll just put some corruption in there. I don't know. There's a lot of corruption.
With Kel'Thuzad resurrected, the Scourge returns south and raid the city of Dalaran for a magic book. Once they have it, Kel'Thuzad summons Archimond, who builds a sandcastle and punches it, which destroys Dalaran. Remember that second Well of Eternity Illidan made in Hyjal? Archimond needs it to summon the Legion, so he and the gang head west to Kalimdor. Also, a big tree called the World Tree grew in.
Okay, corrupt Sunwell. Other bad, destructive things happen on the Eastern continent. That's all I can say because it's just so much. Go to Western largest continent for second well. Big tree grows. That feels like it comes out of nowhere. Okay.
And it made the elves immortal. Jaina and Thrall are both met by the ghost of Medivh, who says...
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, so this is where I start freaking out.
Stop Archimond at Mount Hyjal or Azeroth will...
Why is Medivh coming back? I'm scrolling up. Medivh was the evil Horcrux baby, right? Now they're going to say he wasn't evil, right? He wasn't evil. Okay, so Jaina and Co. contacted by Medivh, the evil Horcrux baby, who is... Wait, Shay says This is his good spirit trying to make... Okay, okay. Evil correct, who is trying to do the right thing. Now that he's dead.
Will be destroyed. Jaina leads the Alliance to Kalimdor. On Kalimdor, the spooky Medivh ghost meets Jaina and Thrall again and tells them that the Alliance and Horde need to work together.
Okay, so this is Thrall. So we should put that name in probably. Okay.
Kalimdor, the spooky Medivh ghost meets Jaina and Thrall again and tells them that the Alliance and Horde need to work together. But one group of orcs under Grommash Hellscream gets tricked by Manaroth into drinking more demon blood and become servants of a burning legion again. Jaina frees Grom, who kills Manaroth, freeing the orcs but killing himself in the process. The Night Elves find out that the Legion is invading again and join the fight. Tyrande, now the leader of the Night Elves, orders Illidan to be released from...
Oh, Tyrande. Isn't that somebody? Oh, wow, Wooly. I feel like I need to copy and paste your thing because that helps me make sense of that. Okay. Thank you, Wooly. That big tree growing thing threw me for a loop. Okay, so I got Jaina, Thrall, and Co. contacted by Medivh, who is trying to do the right thing now that he's dead. Night Elves join to protect Second Well against orcs who drank blood again and are once again enslaved. I guess people just keep doing the same
from
old
jail
thing.
to help fight demons. Illidan promises he's done consuming
Oh, Illidan is back.
demonic power to stop the Legion. Illidan then promptly consumes more demonic power to stop...
Oh, no. Illidan released? Drinks demonic power to stop Legion. He's probably going to do something bad. I can feel it.
Stop the Legion, eating the skull of Gul'dan and using the powers to blow up a Dreadlord. Tyrande and Malfurion are furious and banish Illidan, who runs off and sulks. The ghost of Medivh tells
I
everyone
am my
he's
scars.
manifesting because he feels bad for opening the dark portal and wants to fix his mistake. The three armies pledge to stop the Legion and build a series of base camps in Mount Hyjal to prevent Archimonde from reaching the well. Archimonde completely bulldozes through these base camps and reaches the well, so the ancient spirits of the Night Elves, called Wisps, turn themselves into a bomb and blow Archimonde and his army up. They also accidentally blow up a world tree, so the Night Elves stop being immortal, but at least the Third War is over. Thrall heads south into the deserts of Kalimdor and founds the Horde capital of Orgrimmar, named after...
Wait. Archimonde stomps through. Night Elves do cool shit to stop him. Destroy tree in process. Night Elves not immortal anymore, but World War III ended. I feel like I know these names. Tyrande, Malfurion, Illidan. I feel like all of these names, I've heard them before. I saw a video about Malfurion getting shafted. Twins are fated heroes at birth in elf culture. Well, I mean, Shade, that's very Lord of the Rings-esque, because in Lord of the Rings, there was Elros and Elrond who had to choose between whether they wanted to be elvish or human, because their parents, I'm trying to remember, their mom was an elf and their dad was human. And so they could choose. And obviously Elrond chose to be an elf, but his brother Elros chose to be a human and basically was the ancestor of Aragorn in a very long, convoluted kind of way. Okay, so now we're in Orgrimmar, which I know is another place where you can be.
After Orgrim Doomhammer. In the ruins of Kel'Thas, Prince Calphas Sunstrider destroys the Sunwell so it doesn't corrupt his people. Without the Sunwell, the High Elves go into magic withdrawal, and most rename themselves to the Blood Elves. About 10% continue to call themselves High Elves and break off to rejoin the Alliance. This schism becomes the single largest point of contention among the WoW player base. Illidan, still angry about being accused...
Wait, what? Why? Okay, so... Well destroyed. Okay. Well... for High Elves destroyed. Blood elves split into high elves and blood elves. High elves join alliance.
Magic withdrawal, and most rename themselves to the Blood Elves. About 10% continue to call themselves High Elves and break off to rejoin the Alliance. This schism becomes the single largest point of contention among the WoW players.
Why was this a big deal? I guess people really got into their characters. Oh. Alliance players want to play High Elves and are mad the Horde got Blood Elves. The Horde got Blood Elves because the Horde player base was too low. Didn't that end up switching? Like the Horde became more popular and then like Asmongold can't make proper parties in Alliance? Oh. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh. Okay. So Vici says they can now thanks to Void Elves. When did Void Elves come in? That's wildin'. Well, I mean, I guess like if you are a player and you want that kind of that fantasy where you can play the thing you want to play, it really sucks if you can't play it. Interesting. Wow. And then we have poor Asmon, Keck W, struggling to fill in a party in Alliance. I don't know why I'm laughing because I totally joined Alliance, but I did so only because I wanted to play a certain class and I had no choice.
Player base. Illidan.
But I heard that they have since allowed Alliance and Horde to play together as players so that it's helping with other things. So I'm glad to hear that for everyone. But maybe there are some WoW players who would prefer to not cross the streams and not let the two groups play together. But I would imagine it would maybe help queuing better. PvP and Mythic Plus, but not queuable content. Interesting. Wow, so different. Okay. How dare they accuse me of serving demons? Well, my man, you keep drinking that stuff. Okay, let's find out what what's his face? Illidan does.
Among the WoW player base. Illidan, still angry about being accused of serving demons, agrees to serve Kill-Jaden by hunting down and killing the Lich King.
Wait a minute, isn't Kill-Jaden a demon? Maybe
He's gone
not.
rogue. He teams up with some Naga and Prince Calfast and casts a spell which severely injures the Lich King. Ner'zhul the Hat realizes that unless someone puts him on, he will die from his injuries, so he recalls Arthas to Northrend. The Alliance rallies under Grand Marshal Garifos to push the undead out of the ruins of the Kingdom of Lordaeron, now called the Plaguelands. Due to the Lich King being weakened, Sylvanas breaks free from his control and works alongside him to retake the capital city. However, once the Scourge is defeated, she turns on her living allies and calls Arthas to Northrend. The Alliance...
Wait. Okay, so Illidan does big dick damage to Lich King at Kill-Jaden's request. Lich King recalls Arthas. Alliance gathers.
Alliance rallies under Grand Marshal Garifos to push the undead out of the ruins of the Kingdom of Lordaeron, now called the Plaguelands. Due to the Lich King being weakened, Sylvanas breaks free from his control and works along...
Okay. Sylvanas breaks free of weakened Lich King's control and works with
King being weakened, Sylvanas breaks free from his control and works alongside him to retake the capital city. However, once the Scourge is defeated, she turns on her living allies and slays them. Claiming Lordaeron for herself, she unites the undead freed from Lich King's control into the Forsaken. Arthas leaves Kel'Thuzad.
Oh, I can see now why people kind of liked her. 'Cause she's like very low-key. She's very much like a rogue lady doing her thing. So, let me get this straight. Sylvanas breaks free of weakened Lich King's control and works with Alliance, and then turns on them, kills a bunch, and reunites zombie / Lich King people under her? Or is it under her people? Or her people? Am I on to something here? So the idea being is, having freed herself, she does unconscionable things so that her people, or her zombie people, have like whatever under her banner. Yeah, so she is going rogue. Okay, so we'll say Sylvanas is going rogue. So the cool part about Sylvanas, very similar to Arthas, is that you have people who are very complex and are making really terrible decisions, but you can also see how they got there. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we'll say freed Lich King people. Her people. Okay. So she's like kind of sociopathic at this point in time, in the sense that she will trample people underfoot for her own personal goals, but those personal goals are in some ways good-ish, depending on your perspective, as Obi-Wan Kenobi would say.
Command the remaining Scourge of the Plague Lands and returns to Northrend. Illidan battles Arthas in a final attempt to prevent him from saving the Lich King, but Arthas wins and puts on the hat.
Wait a minute. How does Arthas win against Illidan? Was Illidan not drinking enough demon potion? Okay, I'm just going to believe it. Arthas. Meanwhile, Arthas travels north. Illidan tries to stop him, but fails. Arthas puts on hat and becomes Lich King number 2. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Dark Knights are OP. Shay, are Dark Knights the class that Asmongold was saying like was super OP? Wow. Okay. Okay, so is going rogue. She's doing it for the fringe folk, fringe people mistreated, etc., etc. Not allied with Jailer yet. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so Death Knight OP, and now we have this body.
His soul with Ner'zhul and being frozen in a block of ice. Illidan retreats through a portal to the Outlands with Kal'Thas and some of the Naga. Fearing the Alliance will attempt to retake Lordaeron from her, Sylvanas and the Forsaken join the Horde, hoping their military might will deter the Alliance. The Horde now consists of Orcs, Tauren, Trolls, and Forsaken.
Okay. So now we'll say Horde joins with Sylvanas and the Forsaken.
With the loss of Lordaeron, the recently rebuilt city of Stormwind becomes the new seat of the Alliance, which consists of humans, dwarves, gnomes, night elves, and a few
Okay. And then Alliance equals night elves, humans, dwarves, gnomes, etc.
remaining high elves. The city of Dal.
Oh, and high elves.
Dalaran gets rebuilt and they put it under a dome. A night elf named Fandral Staghelm decides to grow a new world tree called Teldrassil so the night elves can keep being immortal. It doesn't work, but the night elves decide to live on it anyway. While traveling to a diplomatic meeting with the Horde, King Varian Wrynn is kidnapped. His 10-year-old son Anduin is named leader of Stormwind.
Uh-oh. This is our Anduin? Is this our Anduin? Is this our Anduin? Okay, so we'll say attempt to grow another world tree. Human leader of Alliance taken away. Anduin, young boy Anduin rises to throne. This is our guy. This is our golden puppet. Oh, wow. I mean, boy. Oh, Duck Slice. Hello. I've not seen you before, but... Oh, is he literally a puppet? Oh, no. Is this going to be a whole other Arthas journey? Let's find out.
With Bolvar 4 Dragon acting as Regent Lord.
Also the dragon that kidnapped Varian, who we kill. Bolvar 4 Dragon. Okay. I mean, okay, so we killed the dragon that kidnapped Varian.
This marks the beginning of World of Warcraft. The armies of the Horde and Alliance have been greatly weakened by...
So if I played World of Warcraft Classic right now, and I zone into the first zone, this is what I would see, right? War Within is asking that question. Anduin has had a tough childhood. I would have to go play Classic. Okay, so if I played Classic, I would zone into this literal place here, and this is where I would start. Okay. So we're recruiting farmers. Let's see.
War. So both factions begin to recruit new soldiers from among their citizens to depopulate the local wildlife. These citizens become known as the Champions of Azeroth and are the player characters in WoW. In Black local wildlife. These citizens become known as the Champions of Azeroth and are the player characters in WoW. In Blackrock Mountain, Ragnaros starts summoning elementals, so the champions of the Horde and Alliance banish him back to the Firelands. Then they go upstairs and kill Rend Blackhand. On Kalimdor, Cthulhu and all the bugs break out of jail, so the Alliance and Horde build a stick and use it to break into bug jail to kill Cthulhu. We can kill old gods, but the Titans can't because reasons. Often the
sorry.
by the Third War, so both factions begin to recruit new soldiers from among their citizens to depopulate the local wildlife. These citizens become known as the Champions of Azeroth and are the player characters in WoW. In Blackrock...
So this is what 9 Day was doing. That's what he was talking about when he like zoned in and he was killing animals. Okay, so young boy Anduin rises to the throne. And then we'll say Champions of Azeroth, us, pop up and help in various quests and jobs. Also get involved in wars and battles with elementals, etc. But here's my question.
Black Mountain, Ragnaros starts summoning elementals, so the champions of a horde and alliance banish him back to the Firelands. Then they go upstairs and kill Rend Blackhand. On Kalimdor, Cthulhu and all the bugs break out of jail, so the alliance and horde build a stick and use it to break into bug jail to kill Cthulhu.
We can kill old gods? Well, I mean, 9-Day wasn't BFA, but if you remember in his video where he opened up, he said that he had played Classic a couple weeks ago, and he had zoned into this glade area, and they asked him to kill a ton of wolves and stuff. And that is, I think, that same thing that they were talking about earlier. But now let's move on from 9-Day, because we're not talking about 9-Day. Now we're talking about us killing old gods. Is that we can kill their physical manifestations, but they're still flying around in the ether? Is that the idea? Okay, so we can say we kill physical manifestations of old gods. Okay. Are we the baddies? Interesting. What is dead cannot die is one of their favorite lines. Interesting.
Kill old gods, but the Titans can't because reasons. Off from the Outlands, Illidan and Kalfast steal a floating chandelier ship called Tempest Keep. Velen and the surviving Draenei steal a piece of it and fly off into space. Kalfast. I'm
going to tell the truth, okay, everyone? I get this guy. I get Illidan. This red cape guy with the green, I have no clue. So now, when I look at this picture, I'm like, I don't even know. We can banish them. Okay. They're void aligned, not death aligned. We are part of the agency that preserves the balance, which is Azeroth's existence. I get the feeling that Azeroth was made years and years before Final Fantasy XIV. So probably Final Fantasy XIV looked at sideways at World of Warcraft's homework and was like, let's take that concept of having a lady in the middle of a planet and let's do our own thing. I just wonder, like, are they going to revisit Azeroth at some point? Like, or are they just going to pretend? Like, are they going to just keep going? I wonder. There's no good or evil. Yeah, I'm finding that out, Wooly. I'm finding that out. No one is the baddie or goodie. Yeah. Finding this out the hard way. I believe this is the Blood Elf who betrayed the Blood Elves to Arthas, leading to Sylvanas' death. Red Cape guy, I believe. Yeah, we'll just call him that. Yeah, Epic. I heard that Yoshi P and his team played WoW leading up. And so the first versions of Final Fantasy XIV are more WoW-esque from like older WoW. But they went in a whole different direction. Okay, so you know what? My takeaway is that I'm going to ignore the red cape guy and we're going to keep going. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Yoshi P played WoW. I definitely know he played Ultima, and he obviously must have played Dragon Quest Online.
Surviving Draenei steal a piece of it and fly off into space. Kel'Thuzad builds a big floating box called Naxxramas, but he's ruling the Plague Lands.
Oh, Naxxramas. There's the name.
The champions of Azeroth break in and kill him. The remaining demons in the Outlands reopen the Dark Portal in order to invade Azeroth. They are beaten up immediately, and Azeroth decides to invade the Outlands to teach them a lesson. This marks the beginning of the Burning Crusade.
Wait. Okay, so So this is World of Warcraft. We start out killing wolves, and now we are going into the realm.
The Plague Lands from. The champions of Azeroth break in and kill him. The remaining demons in the Outlands reopen the Dark Portal in order to invade Azeroth. They are beaten up immediately, and Azeroth decides to invade the Outlands to teach them a lesson. This marks the beginning of the burning.
Okay, question. The Outlands is the torn apart remnants of Draenor. So we kill physical manifestations of old gods and beat Draenor, Outlands, remnants back to their world. Okay, Vici. I had no idea. CBU3 were playing Cataclysm and Mist of Pandaria, if I recall correctly. Like, poetics are just justice points from WoW. You know what? I believe that the best form of flattery is imitation, right? Imitation is the best form of flattery. So if you see something good, you should take it, right? Learn from each other and grow. Okay. So this world, Draenor, has been ripped apart because Portal Man went nutbar, and we're already beating them back to their world in the Burning Crusade. So this is Burning Crusade. Okay, so does anyone... all right, I'll hold my thoughts for later.
Crusade. Calfast discovers that Fel energy is a substitute for his Sunwell and joins the Legion. Blood Elves start doing Fel magic and their eyes turn green. Some are upset about this and join the Horde. The rest continue to follow Calfast. The Draenei crash land on Azeroth and join the Alliance because it's the side that does...
Wait, what?
The rest continue to follow Calfast. The Draenei crash land on Azeroth and join the Alliance because it's...
Oh, these are like the good Draenei, right? The good Draenei are not to be confused with the bad green demon drinking Draenei, right? So we'll say good Draenei. Good Draenei people join Alliance. Like, Alliance wouldn't let...
It's the side that doesn't have orcs. The Alliance find Khadgar, Kurdan, and Trollbane alive and operating in the Outlands. Illyria Windrunner and General Turallion are still missing. Thrall meets Garrosh Hellscream, the son who Grommash Hellscream left behind on Draenor. The two become friends and Garrosh joins the Horde. The champions of Azeroth beat up Illidan and send him to jail. Then we beat...
Okay. Okay. Champions beat up Illidan and send him to jail.
Beat up Calfast and he gets really big and dies. Calfast gets resurrected with Fel magic and decides to use the Sunwell to summon Kill-Jaden to Azeroth. The Alliance and...
Wait, what?
To use the Sunwell to summon Kill-Jaden to Azeroth. The Alliance and Horde lay siege to the Sunwell, killing Calfast again and stopping...
Okay. Send him to jail. Other bad people try to raise Kill-Jaden, who is once again beaten by champions of Azeroth. So I'm assuming this is yet another raid/dungeon or something like that. My demise accomplishes nothing. The master will have you. You will drown in your own blood. The world shall burn. Ah! Is this what he actually says when he goes down? Okay. Alrighty.
And kill
Notes.
Jaden before he can enter Azeroth. Velen purifies the Sunwell by throwing a dead chandelier into it so Blood Elves don't die of withdrawal. This marks the end of a burning crusade. In Northrend, Malygos gets mad about how much magic people are using and decides no more magic for anyone. He begins to slurp up all the magic on Azeroth, which angers Vakir and Tor of Dalaran, since without magic, wizards are just frail nerds. They teleport Dalaran to the skies above Northrend and team up with the other dragon aspects in order to fight Malygos. Varian Rin is rescued and returns to Stormwind to
I'm just going to ignore that dragon part. But you tell me if I should, you know, should remember that part.
take his place as High King of the Alliance. The new and improved Lich King Arthas wakes up and decides to conquer Azeroth. He sends infected grain to the capital cities of the Alliance.
Oh no, it's infected grains again. Okay, so I'm just going to go dragon, blah, blah. But I'm probably going to regret that, right? I'm probably going to regret that. Okay, dragon, blah, blah. And then we'll go Arthas wakes up, sends out infected grain. Sorry, Epic. Let's just work with it, okay? Let's just have me do it this way, and then we'll see how terrible I am because I just wrote down dragons blah blah. How about that? So this is what it looks like. Dragons blah blah. And we can laugh at me later because I'm glossing over it. Because then I'm going to be like, I should have done it. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to just leave it there, and then we will come back to that to talk about that later. Am I becoming cliche? I don't know, Arthas. You just sent out more sacks of grain.
And Horde, which kills some citizens, but mostly just angers the two factions, who team up and send an expedition to Northrend.
Okay, so sends out infected grain. Doesn't work. Well, that's interesting. Horde and Alliance partially team up to fight Arthas? Question mark. Let's see.
To stop the Lich King. They're joined by the Argent Crusade.
Oh. He glossed over all the dragon parts despite their roles. Do you think Epic, he is reflecting how many players feel about the dragons? Is he reflecting how the writers dealt with the dragons? Or do you think this is just hidden Azeroth, like this person here? Do you think that's his problem? What do you think? Duck Slice, no more magic slurpees for humans. Just waiting to see what people think. Like, obviously, so this is one reason why when people come to me and they say to me, oh, this is bad, or oh, this is good, I have a skepticism that wells up inside of me because I'm not saying that I'm big-headed and think that I know everything. Obviously, I can't know everything, but what I mean to suggest is that sometimes the best perspective is your own perspective about certain things. And when you rely on stuff like this, you are relying on someone to understand and know what they're talking about. So I can't judge whether this guy knows anything or not. But this is one reason why I want to play the game myself. He's focusing on what's playable. Dragons got done dirty, IMO. You can't play dragons. Some food for thought here. The first well was called Well of Eternity. And after the Sundering, the second well was called Sunwell. Okay. Well, Vici, I don't know if you are aware, but I have a Discord. Are you part of our Discord? Are you on Discord at all? Woolly Ram. The guy's treating the dragons with more respect than the riders by letting them rest in peace. Oh, I probably shouldn't be laughing. I shouldn't be laughing. Yeah, I mean, once again, I didn't live through this, and it's going to be very hard for me to live through some of it. Oh. Um Vici, I actually now have a Discord. I will try to find it and bring it up. And don't feel pressured. You don't have to join because you know how Discords can get in terms of like piling on, piling on. But if you would like to join, you can. And basically, you can here, you can join our Discord, and if you have any content you would like me to react to, you can put it under my channel, and it says content requests, and you can toss stuff in there. So if you have a Noble video, because I know Noble, I watched some of Noble's playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV, and I thought he was so fascinating because he approached things in a very different way. So if you want, you can go into what is called Chieko's Corner, and then underneath there, you'll find something called content requests, and you can totally put in a bunch of videos you think would be, you know, cool for me to see. So welcome in. And yeah, let's say hello to Vici. And we have a gaming chat. And then we have if you're a writer or a reader, there's different kinds of things you could sign up to see. Oh no. And now I'm just checking my Discord, and Simulacrum got shadow banned because he used the word bloodbath. Good heavens. What is even going on with YouTube? Like, is there something that I can, like, I don't know. Hello, everyone coming in. Just request stuff under content requests. If you are a reader, we are very new, so everything is kind of janky. But we have book chats, we have writer chats. So if you're a writer and you'd like to like have a small one-on-one with me where I could read over your stuff, I can give some feedback for your writing. We have a gaming chat. It's pretty chill. It's low, like you don't need to feel like you have to be like chatting every day or whatever. We're pretty chill. Sometimes I disappear, right, chat? Sometimes I disappear. It is very, very chill. You know, Duck Slice, I love theory crafting. I like making guesses. I'm already making guesses about certain things. I'm going to be doing a video about Final Fantasy XIV and a guess that I had made, and it paid off for me in a really good way. And it just made me feel so good. Not about myself, but about seeing something happen to my Warrior of Light that I wanted to happen. And it just felt like coming home in a way. Oh, man. Cute chat only. Susan with the sniper. Yeah. I understand like some people might not want to hear certain things, so I try not to be too crass or anything like that. Like goodness knows my mom might be here in the chat. But at the same point in time, like I do think Susan is a bit crazy. Like, I think we can be able to say the word bloodbath without we all are civilized here. We all know this isn't cool. Nobble's videos are definitely not more comprehensive than this one. Oh, okay. I heard that Nobble, Pyromancer are like the two lore people. I'm assuming Akalon is, so maybe there's an Akalon video I could react to. I think Akalon would be okay if I reacted to his stuff, right? He reacts to other people, so I'm going to believe. Wooly Ramp wants brain rot to be spread to me. Like corruption in grains of grain. I'm still waiting to hear back on my scone method. Party be slacking. Oh, you should at her. You should at party. Vici, we don't have our mod today. My mod is my sister. And she is not in here today. So oh, interesting. Interesting. So what would be your favorite Vici? Is it Heavensward? Didn't Susan step down and someone replace her? Maybe. I'm a lurker, but I love listening to people break down stories and their writing techniques. Yeah, he could still be chill with it. I'm almost 100% certain for Akalon. Okay. So Nobble's like a dictionary or encyclopedia, and Akko and Pyro are where I want to go if I want to speculate. I have definitely listened to some of Akko speculating, but as you can imagine, I was just like, uh-huh. Yeah, Nobble struck me as someone who is what I would call cerebral. Stormblood patch content. Interesting. That is a really interesting take. I'm going to be frank with you, Vici. I fell in love with 14 from the beginning because I'm a bit of a literature nut. Okay. And I have a degree in literature, by the way. So, and when I was a young girl, I had such a reading problem. My parents had to basically put a book ban on me. So I wasn't allowed to read fiction for a long time. I think it was like half a year, a couple months at least. So I went into reading a lot of not documentaries. I went into reading a lot of nonfiction and autobiographies. So you can imagine I'm a bit of a really like bookworm, like total bookworm. And I think I was about 16 when I started feeling like I was running out of books. So I got into reading Russian stuff, like Russian novels and things like that. So all that to say, my ability to enjoy a heavy story is quite high. So I actually got really into the story about 15 levels into A Realm Reborn. That's when I got hooked. But the moment where I completely lost my shit and went full tunnel focus was End of Stormblood. And in fact, I liked the second half of Stormblood quite a lot. So everything with Hien, and then the Yotsu stuff, and everything leading into Throw Wide the Gates. That's when I just went vroom, like I just went down. And from that time onward, I powered through within like 2 or 3 weeks. Normal React etiquette is to wait a bit over a week. You know what, Wooly? I agree. You don't want to steal away their views. Absolutely not. Not that I can steal away views anyway, because I'm not like super popular. Oh, I forgot about Bellular. I feel like terrible for forgetting him because I do like listening to him on occasion. Yeah, Wooly. Shadowbringers is resting on what j.r.r, Heaven's Word, and Stormblood did. For me, Endwalker did not fumble. But I have a different take on Endwalker. Probably closer to Garrett and Kyle in terms of what it was attempting to say about life. There was someone in Garrett and Kyle's video responses where they said Stormblood is powerful in terms of plot and is what gets you excited and gets your dopamine pumping, but Endwalker is what you think about at 1 o'clock in the morning, kind of thing. Let's see. Pyro called the end of Skywalker Alliance raid finale. You did as well, if I remember. Yeah, so the Endwalker Alliance raid, for me, the lore that was dropped in the Endwalker Alliance raid was something I guessed back when I was running Shadowbringers. There's a scene in Shadowbringers where you see 12 people talking with the V character, and I knew right away. Like, I was like, that 12, it's 12. And I see patterns, so immediately I started thinking, okay, so how would that work? How would that work? And I figured out a way that it would work. And then I kept waiting, and I just kept thinking, okay, maybe I'm just imagining it. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. And then I got to the Endwalker Alliance raid, and it was beautiful. But once again, I have a very different view on Endwalker. And I think like I said, I think it ties back to my more literary background. So for me, Endwalker was not a disappointment. And maybe it's for me as well. I do not find deaths to be... I think death is cheap. That's all I'm going to say. I think it's cheap stakes. J.K. Rowling and Game of Thrones, I think a lot of people look at that and they're like, oh, look at all the people died. It means it's real. And I'm like, no, it does not. But that's, once again, that's my opinion. Yeah, Vici, it does definitely pull you away, literally. Wooly Ram finds Bullyler has gone corporal apologist, discarded. Interesting. I'm trying to remember if I listened. I almost never agree with everyone. I will say that. I am very... I never agree with everyone 100%. Is there anyone else in chat who agrees with me on this one? Where, like, you like a person, but you never agree with them 100%? Like, I don't know. It's like, there are times when I'm like, oh, Asmongold's on the money. And then there are other times where I'm like, who has possessed his body? And there's times where I've listened to Bellular or even Zepla. I'm trying to think of another person. There were a couple times where I was like, what is going on with Pyromancer? Kyle and Garrett have their eccentricities that, I might not appreciate all the time. So, like, everyone is going to have these things that they do that you may not agree with, or they might have takes or perspectives that you don't agree with. For example, I really respect Critical Drinker, but sometimes people from that section, right? So It's a Gundam, Critical Drinker, Mauler, Rags, That Star Wars Girl. Every now and then they'll put out something and I won't agree with it entirely. And I wish I could be one of those people that could agree and just get along. But sometimes I am my own, I'm like Treebeard. I'm marching to the beat of my own drum. Garlemald was my favorite antagonist, so seeing them get shafted miffs me a bit. Oh, that's too bad, Vici. Well, I loved the Garlemald zone, and my only beef is that so far they have not provided that orchestration role for the original radio. I'm hoping that there is like a time where we can get our hands on that orchestration role for Home Beyond the Horizon or whatever it's called, because I love that part. I like the suicide part. Am I allowed to say that word? Is Susan going to come for me? Because I talked about... Anyway, let's keep going. Epic, you and I think, are probably kind of on a same thing here. So Endwalker shared that it came when he was going through a hard time. So I played Endwalker when I had decided to give up working a 9-to-5 job and start ghost writing. And I was scared because all of my life I'd been told, this is how you work. This is how you get money. And for the first time, I was going to risk going into debt or not paying rent on time. And, you know, I grew up in a family where you were expected to be a good citizen and pay your dues and everything. And I was very scared. I didn't believe I was going to be able to make it as a writer. And then basically I came into this belief that like I should try anyway. And Endwalker came at a time, and a specific character came to me at a time to encourage me and remind me that of certain things. So for me, there was definitely an emotional bias, but I will also say that thematically, I think Endwalker is more based. Now, I don't know how many based people are in this chat right now, but if you have an axe to grind with certain things going on right now in culture, I think Endwalker is saying a lot of things. Like certain characters are speaking against toxic compassion. Certain characters are reminding us that material gain is not the only metric for happiness. There's so much based stuff in Endwalker that like somebody somewhere is huffing some kind of like, you know, there's just a lot of based takes. So yeah. Athalarius. So Shay says Athalarius does lore videos too. Yeah, so if anyone has any kind of lore video that they think will help me, feel free to share. Ice Cold Take. Russian literature is divine punishment for the hubris of authors and readers. Yeah, you read Russian literature, you feel like you know nothing. Deaths only matter to drive a character who lives. Yeah, I just feel like there is this misunderstanding of what death should be. And I just feel like, for me, J.K. Rowling just literally, like, I don't know, it just felt very... J.K. wasn't the only one. I feel like also there were other authors who became famous only because they were killing people off, and that's real. Remember how I talked about in my video, I don't know if anyone watched Modern versus Mythological Storytelling. The pitfall of modern storytelling is falling into that kind of like, if it's dark, it's real and it's meaningful. And that's not always true. So So once again, you don't have to like Endwalker. Shadowbringers is incredibly strong. To me, they're back to back. And for me, Shadowbringers and Endwalker can't soar unless A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Word and Stormblood did all of that hard work to get them there, right? Like, if we could imagine all the expansions are scions, they all work together to make a good story. Woolly Ram. Yeah, maybe. How can I say this? I didn't spoil myself, so I went in thinking everyone was going to go down. And by the time we got to Y'shtola, I realized things were going to maybe stabilize. But I was still distraught enough that I reached out to one of my guy friends from Eve Echoes. And I was like, tell me that Graha's okay. Just say, like, you don't have to give me specifics. Just tell me that he's okay. And he was like, it's going to be fine. And so I said, okay, thank you. So then I went back and I played through the Graha scene, knowing Graha was going to be okay. that it was going to turn out, and I cried so hard. It was very meaningful to me. But once again, that is, how can I say this? That is maybe a personal perspective, and it's more in terms of enjoyment. So I'd like to allow people to say I didn't enjoy it. My quibble comes when people can't recognize quality, because I do think quality was there. Asma's 50-50 these days. Yeah, he farms a lot of elves. Shay is also agreeing. She's also skeptical. I like less than half of what anyone says. Bell ain't corpo himself. He is a corpo apologist. Interesting. Yeah, that's a fair distinction. It just feels odd to see as... Yeah, well, people change over time. Yeah. Good music, stank face. I don't even agree with half of what I say depending on the mood I'm in. Mahler is class. I also think not 100% agreeing with someone shows you can actually think for yourself. Yeah, Vici, here's the thing. I like people pushing back and disagreeing with me, because it means that they might be bringing me perspective that I have missed. I'm obsessed with not knowing everything. So I like it when people constructively give me feedback and say to me, hey, you could do this better. Hey, you're missing this point. And this is where I feel like a lot of people who just agree all the time with someone, to me, it's like, what are you doing? Like you're not helping yourself and you're not helping them. Man, Home Beyond the Horizon is such a beautifully haunting track. Min, I hung out by that radio for so long. It felt like I was transported to some like World War II Russian era. And I want it in my house. I want it now. I only agree with like 1/4 of what Akko says, but he's my favorite WoW content creator. Wow, that's amazing. See, once again, we don't have to agree with 100% with each other. We can just respect each other's points of view and move from there. I'm going to be frank though, out of everyone that I've listened to, Akko has genuinely not annoyed me the least. Like in terms of like some of the things he says, he feels to me very thoughtful. He's engaging with things and coming to his own conclusions, which I respect deeply. Yeah, I agree. He's not fishing for that outrage crowd. Yeah, I don't like clickbait. He is an apologist. Thematically speaking, Endwalker is a masterpiece. Yeah, I think if we're going to talk about lore drops and revelations, Shadowbringers is mind-blowing. But if we're talking about thematic beauty, then I think Endwalker wins. But it depends on what you prefer. Tarnished Archaeologist. I feel like they all break at Gra. Yeah. The game ended. The signs was a bit on the nose that they weren't going anywhere. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. If anyone was going to die, Vici, I think it should have been the 3 oldest. So that would be Thancred, Y'shtola, or Nuriaje. That, for me, would have, like, if it was those 3, it should have been one of those 3, or all of those 3. But if they take Y'shtola to a place where she learns to enter into her anima and embrace that feminine side, then I'm okay with what they do with her. It's where they take them eventually that interests me. The sequence where the various scones say their farewells gets bled of all meaning by not being a farewell. It was highly affecting from an emotional perspective, but when what caused the emotional impact is hand waved away, the spell of Alfheim is broken. Yeah. It depends on what you think they were attempting to do, right? So here's my feeling, okay? You had a lot of players playing through those scenes in Ultima Thule, and a lot of them were taking it face value, like, oh, this is blah, blah, blah. And they were all upset. So when they all came back, they were all very happy, right? So that's like understanding. I would call that understanding level 1, right? Now, then there was people who were smarter, right? People who still had part of their brain awake in the back of their skull, thinking there's no way they're going to get all of them gone, but maybe some of them will be gone, or none of them will be gone and it's going to be meaningless. So that's going to be level 2 sense of awareness of where a story is kind of going, right? In my opinion, both views are partially incorrect, because I don't think the point was ever for anyone to doubt that they were actually going to go away. Because as soon as Y'shtola was like, don't use the magic, it's obvious you're going to do it. So the point was never to make you, the point was never to psych you out. The point was never to psych you out and then go, haha, we're bringing them all back. I think the point was to make a statement about self-sacrifice in terms of just general self-sacrifice, but also the point about dynamis and leading up to the creation of the flowers at the end. So for me, it's not, my emotional response was incidental to what I think the writers were doing. Because at the same point in time, even though I was emotionally responding to a certain moment, I actually did not cry when Thancred, Estinian, Y'shtola, and Urianger left. I was tearing up, right? I was like, oh, that's too bad. But if they had died, I would have been like, oh, well, right? I broke down at Raha. But by that point in time, I already knew what was happening, and I had affirmed it with my friend. So it got me thinking, why did I respond the way I did, knowing everything that I knew? And I think it is because the whole point of what Raha stands for is meaningful on a thematic level, but it's not intended to be taken as a bait and switch of, oh, they're dead, but oh, they're not dead. But I think a lot of people read it as being that way, and some people read it as being that way and went through this valley of emotion and then came out feeling happy. So they came away like happy consumers. But then you had people who went through that valley of emotion, but when they came out, they felt gypped. And I think both of those people had legitimate experiences with the narrative. I'm not saying it's not a legitimate experience, but I think they missed the point of what was actually happening. But once again, that's for a video, another day. I'll break it down more at some point. Aklon and I have had debates, especially on politics and social studies, but he hasn't kicked me from the stream yet. I think he likes a civil challenge, yeah. Being an anarchist leaves Akko exposed to a lot of social debates. Yeah, you know, once again, as long as he's willing to kind of tackle that, then I think that's great, and it's really cool. A good one, yeah. Epic. Did you watch Akko's live stream when he started telling everyone why he's believing in God again and try to prove God's existence on stream? No, I did not know that he has decided to believe in God again. I mean, people go on different spiritual journeys, right? So, you know, I wish him well. And I'm a person of faith myself, but I just don't talk a lot about it. It's very private for me. Y'shtola explicitly states that it's not permanent if they had not figured it out from Highland's words and statements about Thancred's state. Yeah, I feel like the point of the sequence is that your friends have so much faith you will succeed. They really start. Yeah, man. Yeah. So once again, I feel like I can't deny other people's experience because I've watched many different streamers streaming it. I saw some girls breaking down and like having complete shit fits when Estinian died. You know, air quotes died. But I feel like those people who had a lovely time experiencing all those emotions and coming out of it, I think may have missed some of the deeper things that could have been understood if they'd pulled themselves a bit further back from that emotional moment. But they had a fun time, so that's good for them. And then there's the people who went in wanting that death, wanting that kind of realness. And I think they also came away, but not feeling great. And we can't negate that emotion where they felt like, oh man, that's a missed opportunity. We could have had someone die. It could have been meaningful. And so it's people's experiences. I went through it and I had my own experience. Maybe one day I'll share that in deep thing. Pretty sure Akko enjoys the debate if he's anything like I was during my anarcho phase. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting, Vici. So the part with the staircase hit you. So I teared up with Graha. Like I once again, when I say I'm crying, I'm not sobbing like that one girl did. I'm very emotionally constipated, but I was definitely gently crying. Okay, like if you were watching me IRL, everyone would be extremely disappointed because I'm not a huge emoter. And then when the twins departed, I felt like energized. And then when you did the walk with the ghosts, that got me. Because I was hearing all of these characters, and it reminded me of Raha's words at the end of Crystal Tower when he says, and when you are walking alone and you hear the voices of those who you have helped, etc., in the past, then you will blah, 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 not be alone. And that to me tied everything back to A Realm Reborn thematically. So as well, I was having a meta moment because once again, my brain never turns off. So I was having this meta moment where I was like, this goes back to A Realm Reborn. And that to me is significantly beautiful. So that's one reason why I like Endwalker, because I just, as well, remember Star Wars happened. And Star Wars to me was such a slap in the face that now when I watch older Star Wars, it's hard not to just feel sad because, as Kyle said, a bad ending ruins a good beginning. And if Endwalker hadn't landed for me, it would have ruined any replay or anything that it would have tainted everything before because I would always know what comes after. So for me, what happened in episode 7, 8, and 9 has tainted the brand. Even though I still love Star Wars and I can still enjoy Rogue One and I want to watch Andor, there's an aspect where the final Star Wars films ended so badly in my mind that it has affected what happened before. So for me, Endwalker was crucial to land well. And because of those good tiebacks, I feel, that's my opinion, my perspective, that it paid such good homage to A Realm Reborn and all of the expansions leading in that I kind of was like, okay, this feels great. You would be there for Xenos. Min's crying. Choked up, back of the throat situation. You and me, VG. Yeah. Once again, I cry a little bit, but I don't like, I'm not sobbing. Let's just say that. I don't sob. I don't do the sobbing thing. Even when I was a little girl, TMI maybe, even when I was a girl and I would go through, girls go through, boys as well, I should say, humans as they're growing up and they have difficult situations, they're going to have emotional moments. And I would just close down until I would get to my bedroom. And then I would curl up with my favorite raccoon, like a stuffy raccoon stuffy. And I would just cry in my raccoon stuffy's arms. And I would never cry. I would try my hardest not to cry in front of my parents because I just felt like it was too vulnerable. And anyway, so it's just very... So I'm more constipated emotionally. I'd be like, I gotta walk away from the camera for now. Oh my gosh, Shay. Oh no. Ugh. Oh my gosh, Shay, talking about Bernard Hill, and then what was his line? I found his line again from Lord of the Rings. I go to my fathers, in whose company I shall have no. What did he write? I go to my fathers, in whose mighty company I shall not now feel ashamed. This is the writing that needs to happen in Rings of Power for Rings of Power to work for me. But here we go. War has a price. Revelation has a price. Salvation has a price. Always, always life. Xeno sympathizes. The ending was the highlight of the X. Interesting. Yeah. Xenos is a Jungian archetype, in my opinion, and he does it very well. Yeah. Bernard Hill was the part where Bernard Hill was having the armor put on him, and he's like, "Where's the horn that was blowing?" But Lord of the Rings was the first film I saw in theater. I was 18. Long story. And so Lord of the Rings has always held a deep place in my heart. There may come a day when you forget the faces and voices you have met along the way. Exactly, Ben. The price was not paid. I don't know, Wooly. Twins and Graha is an emotional push, since we journeyed with them the most. Yeah, the older signs are parent models. Star Wars, I must say it again, I don't like Luke at all, but I have to say my dad made it, so I watched Star Wars in chronological. For me, there wasn't any prequels. Oh, fascinating. All roads lead to Luke Fraudwalker. Text is limited. That's fair, Wooly. Maybe you could share it in Discord. But put it under spoilers, because Party obviously hasn't gotten there yet. Or, yeah, put it under spoilers. Like, under a spoiler tag. I always saw him as a fake Jedi. Anakin dedicated his life to the Order and never became a master. Yet Luke spends 7 days in a swamp with a green goblin? Nah. The Force is a soft magic system. Yes. Rip Theoden, indeed. Sign of respect. He didn't even lift his own X-Wing out of the swamp. Yeah, well, here's the thing. For me, I got into Star Wars Expanded Universe in a big way. So I read a crap ton of the books. I feel the books did a better job. For me anyway, I see Star Wars Episode 4 specifically, but 5 and 6 can also fit in there, are not intended to be either hard fantasy or hard science fiction. I think it's science fantasy. And it's not even, if we look at it really closely, there are plot holes galore. And the characters are technically are barely there if we think about it. So the question, therefore, we have to ask is, why is it so powerful? And I think the answer for Star Wars is that it achieves something on a mythological level that makes sense in terms of archetypes. But is it a modern tale? And the answer is no. So even though it has all the trappings of modernity, that is to say, it has sci-fi elements, it is by no means, I think, should not be taken as being a modern tale, really. If we look at it in its general structure, it's probably closer to a mythological story, and it doesn't hold water in any sense of the term. Yeah. Well, and remember, Luke doesn't. The point about Luke, once again, we need to be careful about what would be the point about Luke. And for me, anyway, the point about Luke is that he represents self-determination and hope. He's very idealistic in that sense. Like, he is not idealistic necessarily, but his archetype is very highly idealized, right? And whereas Anakin is what I would call a modern character. And that is why, in some senses, Anakin makes more sense to people, because he goes on an actual psychological journey. But that's why some people view the prequels as a betrayal, because the prequels are taking what was intended to be a mythological story into a modern story. So it takes what is a barely sketched psychologies and retcons Anakin into being the Anakin we know today. And for some people that's great, and for some people that's not great. I don't have an actual opinion about Anakin. Yeah, and once again, Luke is a contentious figure himself. Like, there are people within expanded universe, so like there are characters within the expanded universe. Mara, when Mara Jade first meets Luke Skywalker, she's incessantly annoyed by him because he is like a complete nerf herder. He's like whack. And she's so annoyed by him and how he behaves. And that's kind of why I like Mara, because she in many cases in the books, they draw Luke out of his archetype and they actually flesh him into an actual character. But with the movies, Luke is not an actual person, really. Not in my opinion, anyway. But once again, that's a hot take. That's my hot take on Star Wars. And so, yeah. Epic, I couldn't agree with you more. Yeah. The whole point of the Force is that it should be a push and pull of anima and animus, or yin and yang. And so Jedi and Sith should never be seen as good and evil. But you know how people are, Epic. Like, they how can I say it? Films can't afford to be nuanced easily. It's not easy to make a nuanced narrative because people get confused. Yeah, Wooly, I agree. Has anyone here like watched Red Letter Media's critique of Star Wars? Because I think they do touch on how George Lucas was an ideas guy, but when it came to crafting narrative that works, he wasn't great. Oh yeah, Yella. I watched it as well on VHS. Yeah, I am that old for sure. Yeah. And once again, like, Star Wars isn't everyone's cup of tea, right? So let's all be clear here. It doesn't have to be everyone's cup of tea, but I would suggest that the original Star Wars is not intended to be and should not be taken as a modern story. It is, in essence, mythological. And if we look at it too closely in certain terms, it will fail. It will collapse. Like, if we look at it in terms of power scaling, or if we look at it in terms of practicality, or let's say even episode 4, which is my favorite, you have them waiting for the planet for the moon to clear the planet in order to blast the moon. So the question is, why didn't they just blast the planet? Well, you can come out and say, well, there was actually Sith temples on, blah, blah, blah. As far as the films were concerned, that wasn't a thing. So if we look too closely, I think, at the original 3, you're going to see gaps if you look at it from the perspective of modern storytelling. But I believe there are certain things that get written that are not actually modern. They access something else. And if you're awake to that, I think you can enjoy it. Yeah, Wooly. Yeah, absolutely. And as soon as he started talking midi-chlorians, a lot of people were rolling their eyes. WoW and Star Wars hit a lot of the same pitfalls. Interesting, Shay. Do you mind, like, elaborating on that? Wait, did we finish the video? No, Ben. I'm sorry. Okay, we're going to go back to Wrath of the Lich King. Okay. So we're going to have to go back because we may have forgotten. Let's reread. Dragons, blah, blah. Sorry, everyone who loves dragons. Arthas wakes up, sends out infected grain, doesn't work. Horde and Alliance partially team up to fight Arthas.
The Burning Crusade. In Northrend, Malygos gets mad about how much magic people are using and decides no more magic for anyone. He begins to slurp up all the magic on Azeroth, which angers Vakir and Tor of Dalaran, since without magic, wizards are just frail nerds. They teleport Dalaran to the skies above Northrend and team up with the other dragon aspects in order to fight Malygos. Varian Rin is rescued and returns to Stormwind to take his place as High King of the Alliance.
Oh yes,
Arthas
wakes up. Arthas wakes up.
Azeroth. He sends infected grain to the capital city
Doesn't
of the
work.
Alliance and Horde, which kills some citizens, but mostly just angers the two factions, who team up and send an expedition to Northrend to stop the Lich King. They're joined by the Argent Crusade, a group of paladins devoted to stopping the undead. Some of Arthas' Death Knights rebel and join the Alliance and Horde. The Lich King resurrects Kel'Thuzad again and moves Naxxramas to Northrend in order to fight the Argent Crusade. Kel'Thuzad is killed almost immediately. Also, the dragons kill Malygos, so he stops eating all the magic, and another dragon named Klekos replaces him as the aspect.
Oh, Malygos! I know him. Okay, so Horde and Alliance partially team up to fight Arthas. Bad Dragon is killed. Malygos replaces him. Who's that guy that got rezzed again? Oh, what was his name? Oh boy. Oh no. What was his name again? I don't want to go back. Nope, we turned a 20-minute video into 3 hours of content. Yeah. Sorry, everyone. I mean, I want to give Warcraft its fair due. Oh, Kel'Thuzad. Okay, yes, Kel'Thuzad is, I'm just going to copy and paste that. Kel'Thuzad is rezzed and killed once more. I'm assuming that's just more boss fighting. Okay.
Forsaken betray everyone and release a plague on a bunch of Alliance and
Wait.
Horde soldiers.
Oh, this is a big thing.
Klekos replaces him as the aspect. Some of the Forsaken betray everyone and release a plague on a bunch of Alliance and Horde soldiers, including Bolvar 4 Dragon. Alexstrasza tries to save him by setting him on fire, with questionable results. Yogg-Saron wakes up inside of Ulduar, so
Isn't Alexstrasza the hot chick? I think it is. I think it's a chick with boobs. That's terribly reductive. But, okay. So let's just say some Forsaken, poison, some Alliance. Alexstrasza, I'm probably killing her name, tries to stop it. Okay.
the champions of Azeroth kill him before he drives everyone insane. The Argent Crusade hosts a big joust to decide who gets to kill the Lich King. The winners get to storm Icecrown Citadel. It's discovered that the charred but still alive Bolvar is being held by Arthas. Led by the High Lord of the Argent Crusade, Tyrion Fordring, the best jousters in Azeroth march on Icecrown Citadel and kill the Lich King, shattering Frostmourne in the process. The spirit of King Tyrannus Menethil is released from Frostmourne and tells Tyrion that someone needs to put on the evil hat or the undead will... The spirit of King Tyrannus Menethil is released from Frostmourne. Bolvar is being held by Arthas. Led by the High Lord of the Argent Crusade, Tyrion Fordring, the best jousters in Azeroth march on Icecrown Citadel and kill the Lich King, shattering Frostmourne in the process. The spirit of King Tyrannus Menethil is released from Frostmourne and tells Tyrion that someone needs to put on the evil hat or the undead will start killing everyone. The walking charcoal briquette that is Bolvar calls dibs and becomes the new Lich King, getting frozen in a block of ice. The War of the Lich King ends. Remember,
Okay. Tournaments to decide champion. Champions kill Lich King. Lich King moved to some other dude who freezes up, probably comes back, probably not dead. Wait a minute, Deathwing is back?
Deathwing? The old gods have been whispering to him for 10,000 years, so he's even crazier than before, and he just woke up on the wrong side of a bed and broke out a deep home, blowing up a lot of Azeroth in the process. Now everything is on fire, and Fantasy Utah got flooded.
Okay. Deathwing returns more crazy. Yeah. I'm going to go to the high seas, Wooly. I'm going to go to the high seas. I'm going to find Warcraft 3. Then I will maybe uninstall retail, try a bit of classic, and then go into retail, maybe. Deathwing is the next expansion after Lich King, known as Cataclysm, says Yala. Cataclysm. Okay, so Cataclysm is about Deathwing coming back, more crazy, burns up crap, and destroys parts of the world.
The king of the dwarves, Magni Bronzebeard, tries to research how to stop Deathwing from blowing up Azeroth and accidentally turns himself into a giant diamond. Now Ironforge doesn't have a king and the three dwarf clans fight over who should lead. They wind up deciding to just make a council. Gilneas gets overrun by a furry convention and the Forsaken invade and try to plague them. The Alliance shows up to help, but Sylvanas destroys Gilneas anyway. The wolves want revenge, so they rejoin the Alliance. A bunch of goblins that live on an island almost die in a storm, but Thrall saves them, so they join the Horde. The dragon aspects team up to stop Deathwing. They can't form Captain Planet without the aspect of rocks, so they recruit Thrall because he's good at talking to rocks. This means Thrall has to retire from the Horde, so he appoints Garrosh as the new war chief. Deathwing decides he isn't burning things fast enough, so he...
I know Garrosh. That's a word I know. Okay. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be frank here, everyone. Almost everything that leads up here. So we got dwarves, civil wars. We have furries not making up their mind with whom they want to fight. We have something about goblins. And then we have, okay, so then we'll say something about dragons doing stuff, needing rock talker. Now I sound like a gobby. Need rock talker. So, X, can't remember his name, resigns from leading the orc people, and Garrosh takes over. And I remember Garrosh because I think he's in the cinematic somewhere.
He summons Ragnaros, who has legs now. The druids storm into the Firelands to keep Ragnaros from burning down their trees and kill him for real this time. The aspects realize they can't stop Deathwing without using the Dragon Soul, so Nosdormu goes back in time and steals it. Then Thrall blows him up.
Oh wow, they got time travel in there. It was just a matter of time, really. I'm surprised major time travel hasn't happened sooner.
To keep Ragnaros from burning down their trees and kill him for real this time. The aspects realize they can't stop Deathwing without using the Dragon Soul, so
The aspects realize they need Dragon Souls. Okay. Aspects need Dragon Souls. Go back in time to take Dragon Soul from early Deathwing.
Nosdormu goes back in time and steals it. Then Thrall blows him up, using the Dragon Soul to blow up.
Okay. Thrall blows up Deathwing with Dragon Soul rock thing. So I'm just going to put lots of factions not dealing with political stuff. I'll squeeze that in there. I'm sure, like, if you were in the moment and you're playing the game, as Wooly keeps reiterating, right? If I was in the moment and playing the game, I think, like, all of these factions dealing with political stuff would feel like it matters more because I'd be presumably doing lots of quests. Oh my gosh, so there's even more time travel that this person has just glossed over. Well, time travel is always a bit...
Deathwing used up all the dragon aspects' power, so they aren't as powerful anymore. The Cataclysm ends. Garrosh likes war, so he decides to start one by blowing up the Alliance city of Faramore. Jaina goes crazy and most of her hair turns white. Anduin...
Oh, so that's her hair turns white. So this is called Mist of Pandaria. I heard that some people didn't like this because this is when the game goes
weak.
He
decides to start one by blowing.
Okay, so Garrosh starts war, turns Jaina's hair white. You know, girls don't like an instant glam without their permission. Garrosh starts war, turns Jaina's... I'm sure it's not his fault directly. I'm sure Jaina did something. Turns hair white.
Up the Alliance city of Faramore. Jaina goes crazy and most of her hair turns white. Anduin is on
maybe there's a whole thing that we would care about why she has gone crazy.
a boat but gets chased by a horde and crash lands on an uncharted island called Pandaria, a mystical land inhabited by talking pandas.
That panda looks cool. That panda looks like he belongs in Kung Fu Panda.
The Pandaren tell
which is terrible.
the
But I
Alliance
mean,
and
like,
Horde, we need to stop fighting or wake up the angry old god spirit that haunts their land. The two factions proceed to fight even harder, and the old gods start corrupting everything. Anduin asks,
okay. So Garrosh versus Anduin. Old gods corrupting everything. Or are they? Anyway.
asks Garrosh to help him save Pandaria. Garrosh responds by dropping a bell on him. Some of the Horde leaders get
Wait a minute. What? Wait.
Some of the Horde leaders get upset with Garrosh for declaring war on literally everything, so Garrosh declares war on them and forms a cool new Horde, and the secret ingredient is racism. The rest of the Horde splits off under the troll Vol'jin. Garrosh sees how powerful the old god spirits are and decides he wants to eat one. He starts
So I guess Horde split. Horde in disagreement splits. I guess they didn't want the players to be playing for a racist.
how and learns that the heart of an old
I
god
don't know.
is buried in a sacred Pandaren mountain. He digs up the heart and throws it in a lake, corrupting all of Pandaria. At this point,
Wow, more corruption. Who would have thought
Garrosh
it?
has declared war on literally every major faction, all of whom team up and storm Orgrimmar to kill him. Garrosh's horde is defeated and Garrosh is captured and put on trial for setting the world record for most war crimes, ending Mist of Pandaria. While on trial,
Okay. Eventually, everyone bands up to stop Garrosh. Who goes through Nuremberg trials, I assume.
Garrosh escapes with the help of an evil bronze dragon and goes back in time to Draenor before the first horde drinks the blood of Manaroth. Luckily for this video, going back in time creates a little pocket dimension instead of rewriting the entire history of WoW. In this pocket dimension, Garrosh tells his dad that drinking the blood will enslave the Horde of Allegiance. So they kill Manaroth, capture Gul'dan, and form a cool new Iron Horde, and the secret ingredient is Goblin technology. They still decide to invade Azeroth though, so they build a new dark portal and plug Gul'dan into it like a 9-volt battery. Pocket dimension instead of rewriting the entire history of WoW. In this pocket dimension, Garrosh tells his dad that drinking the blood will enslave the Horde of Allegiance. So they kill Manaroth, capture Gul'dan, and form a cool new Iron Horde, and the secret ingredient is Goblin technology. They still decide to invade Azeroth though, so they build a new dark portal time to Draenor before the first horde drinks the blood of Manaroth. Luckily for this video, going back in time creates a little pocket dimension instead of rewriting the entire history of WoW. In this pocket
Guys, I need... is this string theory? Or is this back to the... Like, is this loop or string? How is the pocket dimension... Is it string going back and affecting the original timeline? I thought I knew time travel, but this talk of is this person just explaining it poorly? I thought the point of a pocket dimension is that you can't Chico's brain is broken. I mean, Ben, this that might be the fallback reason. I okay with multiverses, Epic. I'm actually pretty cool with that. Obviously. But I just wonder if the word pocket dimension is the word he wanted to use, because pocket to me means you can't go back and affect the original timeline. But if they were just split timeline, then they're doing what Graha did in Shadowbringers. How do you know, Epic, what timeline you are on? Or does the champion of Eorzea stay on the same timeline all the time? Okay, I'm going to ignore the pocket word. I'm ignoring the pocket word. Oh no, the Titan propaganda is back. The Titan propaganda. Oh no. So if we okay, so let's get our tinfoil hats on here. It's all propaganda. So then this pocket dimension could actually be the real timeline, and we're just living in a dying timeline. Champion of Eorzea. Champion of Azeroth. Champion of Eorzea. So we're going to have like our timeline here. Drawing time is useless, but let's do it. And then something goes off and becomes its separate timeline, like that. But my question is, if this is a separate multiverse, then the thing that they are deciding, this portal thing that they're doing here, it doesn't affect us, right? Like, it wouldn't affect our timeline, correct? Okay. So not only is this game dealing with, let's say, 10 to 50,000 years of lore, not only is it dealing with multiple planets, not only does it have time travel, it also has multiverse. Am I right? Wow. And we're wondering why the writers might be struggling a little bit. Like, if they don't have some kind of a database to help keep this crap together, how are they keeping character consistency? Like, this is a lot. Okay. I don't know. I'm okay with not believing anything from the cosmic powers, right? But I have to believe on some level that even if we can't believe what we're being told right now, that the writers at some point somewhere know what they're doing. Right? So even if we never get told. Yeah, okay. So this is where I would I think this is where I would be getting confused, because I'm not sure. But you know what? I'm really good at just suspending. So we're just going to ride this out and see.
Dimension,
We're going to ride this out.
Drinking the blood will enslave the Horde of allegiance. So they kill Manaroth, capture Gul'dan, and form a cool new Iron Horde, and the secret ingredient is Goblin technology. They still decide to invade Azeroth, though, so they build a new dark portal and plug Gul'dan into it like a 9-volt battery. Somehow, this allows their portal to hijack into our portal, and suddenly the Iron Horde is pouring into present-day Azeroth. The Alliance and Horde team up.
So this is a multiverse invasion. Okay, so Garrosh escapes, goes back in time, creates a string universe where his people don't drink blood and become puppets. Creates portal. Links to our universe and invades. Okay. And the reason why certain strings are more stable than other strings is because of bronze dragons. Bronze dragons keep our single timeline the most stable. Let's say that. Okay, so it's one timeline invading our timeline. It's the Dark Raha timeline. Okay, let's roll with it. I can roll with this.
Send a strike force called the Iron Vanguard.
This makes sense now. So the pocket dimension is technically a pocket dimension. It is on its own. So if we go back to this paint thing here, so it's now on its own, but at some point in this thing here, they've created a portal with something that they got over here, this MacGuffin. They plugged it into the portal, and now they're using the portal to access our timeline. Yeah. So I'm trying to use like more like a string theory concept where they share the same origin here, but then they flake off. Yeah, well, my assumption was that they got him like leading into this area, and then when they zoomed off onto their own timeline, that thing, like the world still exists. It just exists in another form, right? So like from here onward, it's an own thing. Yeah, but Gul'dan would have been alive back then, right? Like he would have been alive when they made a decision. Yeah. Okay. So so they're using this Gul'dan person, this MacGuffin. We're going to call him a MacGuffin for now. Gul'dan Guffin. So the Gul'dan Guffin is in this timeline. He's dead in this timeline. Rip Gul'dan Guffin. But in this timeline, they've plugged him in and they're using him as an access point. Duck Slice is pointing out something there. Is there a hidden lore reason why Gul'dan Guffin is particularly useful as a battery? I bet there is, Duck Slice. I bet they're like, he's strong in the ways of the Force. So if we plug him in, he will open the portal. Yeah, I'm totally good with multiverses. I actually wrote a novel that was based on the concepts of multiverses. I think multiverse is fascinating. Yeah, this is past Draenor invading current Azeroth. They haven't even drunk the Kool-Aid. They haven't done the Kool-Aid yet, so they're not puppets. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I think I understand it visually in my head. I'm okay with it now. We're going to ignore the word pocket, although it's technically true in the sense that that timeline they're invading from is 100% pocketed away and independent of our timeline now. Okay, so.
The Alliance and Horde team up with Khadgar, a resident expert at closing the Dark Portal, and send a strike force called the Iron Vanguard through the portal to turn it off. They do this by unplugging Gul'dan and just letting him walk away for some reason. Then, since people keep reopening these things, we blow up the portal with a cannon. The Iron Vanguard goes around killing the various warlords of the clans. Thrall challenges Garrosh to an honorable orc duel, but then he loses, so he just kills him with lightning instead. Without 90% of its leadership, the Iron Horde gets absolutely bulldozed, at which point Gul'dan shows up with a cooler of that tasty demon blood, and the Iron Horde orcs all join the Legion anyway. Gul'dan summons Archimond, who's still alive because it turns out that the demons that have been getting killed have to be killed in the Twisting Never, their souls just go back.
Okay. Okay, so people sent in to deal with multiverse place, Iron Horde people, end up going on various rampages and then weakening and then agreeing to drink blood and becoming puppet people? Question mark. And then, I don't even know. Let's keep seeing.
At which point Gul'dan shows up with a cooler of that tasty demon blood, and the Iron Horde orcs all join the Legion anyway. Gul'dan summons Archimond, who's still alive because it turns out that the demons that have been getting killed have to be killed in the Twisting Never, their souls just go back to Argus and reform. Also, this is the same Archimond that fought in the Third War, because
this is the rift. I'm just going to say that. Okay. Okay, so this picture does kind of make sense. So we're going to say, what was his name again? Normangand? Where is he? Archimand. Archimand? Is that what it is? Archimand. Anyway, Archimand returns because he's linked to the destroyed Argus planet, aka and spirits return and are reborn. Oh my gosh, I can't even write anymore. Are reborn there. Okay. So even though they might kill Archimond, they can't fully kill him because he'll just go back to this weird place.
The demons that have been getting killed have to be killed in the Twisting Never, their souls just go back to Argus and reform. Also, this is the same Archimond that fought in the Third War, because despite this being a pocket dimension, there's only one Burning Legion somehow. Look, WoW is a really confusing expansion.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, the Iron Vanguard teams up with remains of the uncorrupted Iron Horde, because apparently war crimes are okay if other people commit more war crimes. They kill Archimond for real this time, but not before he picks up Gul'dan and throws him into space. The Iron Vanguard declares victory and goes home, ending the world.
Okay. So we'll just say Archimond is destroyed, tosses someone out, misname, Iron Horde returns home. People join up regardless of past grievances.
Warlords of Draenor. The Burning Legion sends alternate universe Gul'dan to Azeroth in order to open the tomb of Sargaras and let the Legion invade. And this time he actually does it. He also steals Illidan's unconscious.
Wait a minute, what?
Iron Vanguard declares victory and goes home, ending the Warlords of Draenor. The Burning Legion sends alternate universe Gul'dan to Azeroth in order to open the tomb of Sargaras and let the Legion invade.
No.
And this time he actually does it. Warlords of Draenor. The Burning Legion sends alternate universe Gul'dan to Azeroth in order to open the tomb of Sargaras and let the Legion invade. And this time he
Okay. What? Okay. Alternate Gul'dan pops into Tomb of Sargeras to jumpstart Legion, etc.
actually does it. He also steals Illidan's unconscious body from jail to use as a vessel.
steals Illidan's body.
For Sargaras. The Alliance and Horde team up to stop the Burning Legion once and for all in the Broken Shore, and they get absolutely obliterated. Tyrion gets melted, Vol'jin is murked by a random demon, and Varian gets disenchanted by Gul'dan. For reasons unclear to everyone, including Vol'jin, he decides Sylvanas should be the next war chief and then promptly dies. Anduin is now High King of the Alliance and also...
Okay. A new Burning Legion kicks good guys' ass. Except there's no good guys, but you know what I'm saying. We'll say the protag's ass. And then... yeah. Okay.
Enchanted by Gul'dan. For reasons unclear to everyone, including Vol'jin, he decides Sylvanas should be the next war chief and then promptly dies. Anduin is now High King of the Alliance.
Anduin is now High King of the Alliance. Okay. Now High King of the Alliance. Okay, so he's moving up.
And also kinda hot. Remember that Dwarf King who got turned into a rock? He woke up and he can talk to Azeroth now. Also, a fat goat turns Ysera crazy, so the Champions of Azeroth kill her. Lich King Bolvar wakes up and he starts making Death Knights to fight the Legion. Also, he's...
Okay. Bolvar, frozen, Lich King wakes up and appears helpful. And then we have, I'm blinking rapidly here, frozen crystal Dwarf King revives and can talk to Azeroth. Interesting. Is he really talking to Azeroth?
He's on our side now. The Legion is still primarily located on the Broken Isle, so Khadgar teleports Dalaran there to fight them. The Alliance and Horde free Illidan, who disenchants Gul'dan. The Burning Legion is starting to lose, so Kill-Jaden plans to use the Tomb of Sargaras to make an even bigger portal so the Legion can bring more troops from Argus, but we storm the tomb and kill him first. For real this time. Illidan then opens the portal anyway, because he wants to fight more demons.
Wow, typical Illidan. I'm starting to feel like Illidan is like... anyway, okay. Kill-Jaden killed once and for all. I feel like I want to put scare quotes on everything. Illidan goes through with the portal stuff so he can fight more.
The armies of Azeroth all pile onto a spaceship and fly to the planet Argus to kill the Titan Argus. They find Illyria and Turallion, who are on a space crusade. The gang finds out that Sargaras is holding the souls of a Titan Pantheon prisoner and free them. Then they kill Argus, which means the demons can't respawn anymore. Meanwhile, Sargaras finally has a portal big enough to pass through, so he heads to Azeroth to destroy it. The Pantheon stops him and puts him in bad Titan jail, but not
Okay, Pantheon as in the Pantheon of the Titans, right?
prisoner and free them. Then they kill Argus, which means the demons can't respawn anymore.
Okay. Champions and people kill Argus so demons can't spawn anymore. Sargaras finally reaches Azeroth. Okay.
Meanwhile, Sargaras finally has a portal big enough to pass through, so he heads to Azeroth to destroy it. The Pantheon stops him and puts him in bad Titan.
Azeroth, Pantheon of Titans. Stop him?
Jail, but not before Sargaras impales his sword into Azeroth in a last-ditch effort to kill the World Soul. The Legion is...
Okay, to stop him. But Sargaras manages to stab Azeroth. Okay, it's like calamity level.
defeated and Illidan stays behind to bully Sargaras. Back on Azeroth, the Titan World Soul is bleeding to death because it has a big sword stuck in it. The blood is good at making bombs, so everybody wants it. Sylvanas is angry when an elf was mean to her, so she burns down Teldrassil. The Alliance retaliates by storming Lordaeron, so Sylvanas blows it up. Anduin captures High Overlord Saurfang, who feels bad about burning down a tree full of defenseless civilians. The champions of Azeroth get a fantasy phone call from Magni. Azeroth is going to die unless they cram a lot of her blood into a magic necklace, so they start doing that. The Alliance and Horde go to Kultiras and Zanduar because they need boats. Saurfang still feels bad about committing genocide, so Anduin lets him go. Saurfang rallies the rest of the Horde behind him because they also feel bad about committing genocide. Saurfang and his no-genocide Horde team up with the Alliance and go to Orgrimmar to stop Sylvanas and her pro-genocide Horde. Saurfang decides at the last minute to challenge Sylvanas to an honorable orc duel instead, and Sylvanas agrees. Saurfang is about to win, so Sylvanas just insta-kills him and tells the Horde she never liked him anyway and flies off. Everyone feels bad, but her pro-genocide Horde's mom just left, so they forgive them for all the genocide immediately and before 4 ends. Things are starting to wind down when the champions of Azeroth accidentally set N'Zoth free because a knife tells them to. Then they kill him with a magic necklace and nothing of consequence changes. Sylvanas flies to Icecrown Citadel, beats up Lich King Bolvar and steals his hat. Then she breaks it, which makes the sky explode and also probably kills Ner'zhul. Now the afterlife is connected to regular life, which is bad, so everyone is about to kill themselves in order to beat up the Grim Reaper. And that's the history of WoW.
Okay. I sped run that end part. Like...
let the Legion invade. This time he actually does it. He also steals Illidan's unconscious body from jail to use as a vessel for Sargaras. The Alliance and Horde supports Dalaran there to fight them. The Alliance and Sargaras to make an even bigger portal so the Legion can bring Pantheon prisoner and free them. Off in a last-ditch effort to kill the World Soul.
Okay, is it just me? But we have this super cool cinematic here where this planet is getting stabbed with a sword. Right? And then... Sargaras and Illidan go somewhere. Let's just say Sargaras and Illidan go somewhere. Now, is it just me or like... Okay, so this is... Number 1, Sylvanas Dark Arc. Sylvanas Dark Arc. So this is where she starts going completely thing. Witch sword. Okay, so this person is presenting from this point onward. If you listen to what he's saying here.
Down Teldrassil. The Alliance retaliates by storming Lordaeron, so Sylvanas blows it up. Anduin captures High Overlord Saurfang, who feels bad about burning down a tree full of defenseless civilians. The champions of Azeroth get a fantasy phone call from
So Anduin feels bad about killing things. And then some more people feel bad about killing things. And then they're doing this necklace, which I'm just going to ignore that part. More people are feeling sad about killing things. So this person who's presenting this film is... Ooh, Party is back. Hey, Party. We have finally... How many hours have we been here, chat? How long have we been here? I don't even know. We've been here a long time. I would like to say we got to Final Fantasy XIV, but we did not. We did go on a small tangent into ENDWALKER stuff, so don't really watch the rest of this video, Party. 4.5 hours. Epic. Shay. Wooly. Good music. Yalla yalla. Who else has been talking? Ben. Duck Slice. I don't want to miss everyone. I know we got some new faces in here. Vici. I feel so terrible. Vici. Who else? So many people have been hanging in there. Yeah, they all deserve medals. Epic has nearly put himself in the ER from molding. However, we are in the last leg, and I'm just wondering, is this presenter mispresenting how the characters are behaving in this section here? Like, did all these characters like go around like apologizing or rethinking their actions? Like, I'm just curious. Like, it's a hot topic, right? It's a hot topic because right now I recognize that there's like meta cultural issues that are surrounding this kind of stuff. Okay, Wooly. I will go to the 7 Seas. I'll see what I can do. Okay, so Shay is telling me that Battle for Azeroth did indeed involve a lot of people regretting things, trying to make amends, trying to build fences, rebuild fences. And of course, this is in tandem with Sylvanas really going down that slope, running up that hill. You skipped the dragon aspects. Yes, apparently, like literally the dragon aspects. That's what they're called. Okay. So how did the players at this point in time take this route to handling the political intricacies that had been leading up to this point? Like, were the players happy that all of these world leaders were coming to the realization they're all crappy and more amoral? Or were players feeling a bit let down by this? Malygos was right. Okay, so Yella's going bad, not well. I'm just wondering because, like, we end with this really cool cinematic, and then it kind of goes into only one character, like, really kind of being true to herself and her people. And then you have all these people behaving weirdly. So do you think this is where like the players just felt like done? Because it kind of like is too much of a curve in the story. Like, I haven't experienced this story. I haven't gotten this far enough into Battle for Azeroth to understand it. And frankly, I don't think I could understand Battle for Azeroth because I hadn't seen any of this leading into playing Battle for Azeroth. So now that I've watched this, I might have a better idea. But my question is, for people who were leading up to this point with the stabby sword, like, doesn't that seem a bit fast for all of these people to be like, oh, genocide's bad? Like, isn't that a bit fast? I don't know. I missed out on the WoW discussions, so I'm coming in a bit late here. 2 crowds. I felt Sylvanas was justified in her actions given the entire history of Warcraft. Yeah. But the story robbed me of that even when they gave the option to be a Sylvanas loyalist. You got players who embrace the faction war has outlived itself plot progression. That's fair, Shay. That is fair. And you got those of us who definitely do not. The latter crowd is definitely louder, but I think the former is larger. Interesting. Well, I mean, that's going to happen, right? You're going to have people who are like, I want the scions to be there always, and people who are like, oh, I'd like new scions, right? So it's you're going to have people who want more of the same, and you're going to have people who want something different. That's part of being in an MMO, and that is up to the devs and the writers to negotiate that. My question would be, a couple of things. Okay, here are some thoughts. These are low-level thoughts, of course, because once again, I don't want to come off as judgy, all right? I don't want to crap on WoW, but I have some questions here. Is it possible that ending with something like this may have been, like, if you don't prepare to deal with this kind of cinematic, you're writing yourself into a corner? Is anyone feeling like that? So then, like, so if you want to change things around and you want to kind of reshift the focus elsewhere by having all of this, you know, apology over here, but you've not really dealt with this thing over here, like, isn't it, like, would, like, I don't know, is it, like, even if you want to keep all of the political craziness and have people still killing each other, we still have, like, a sword in the planet, right? Like, okay, so Wooly is sharing his story here. Wooly says, to make a long story short, BFA made me. A guy for who Blizzard was his Nintendo quit all of their IP cold turkey. I'm sorry to hear that, Wooly. That really is unfortunate. Because it sounds like they had something good going, and then they just went, like, right off. And maybe they're trying to get back to where they were before, but they're going to have to work to get there. Death by 1,000 cuts. Wait for the tree. The real betrayal happened in Shadowlands, where the payoffs were more missed than hits. Yeah. Oh, wow. This was on a book. Oh. Right, Shay. Good point. So there was, like, crap going down, and I know about that stuff. Because even I was like, okay, professionalism. That kind of was just not great. Not a good thing. Keep in mind, the end of Legion and beginning of BFA also threw away class order halls, utterly discarding class identity. It's not just the story being awful, the game went sour. Interesting. Apparently War Within is dealing with the giant sword in the planet plot point from my quick glance. Interesting. Okay. WoD was another shake-up period in Blizz behind the scenes. Worst time for a travel plot. Worst time for a time travel plot. Yeah, Shay, I agree. Time travel is iffy. Like, in my opinion, I respect her on many levels, but I think JK's time travel, although Prisoner of Azkaban is my favorite film out of most of them, the time travel is sus in terms of how she deals with the time turner problem. They didn't deal with the sword, they ignored it completely. The sword was ignored for 2 expansions. Interesting. So if you wanted to know more, you had to read a book, Epic. Oh, Shay. So there's a story that the brass forbade new writers from killing Sylvanas as intended at the end of the arc. Yeah, so I have seen that happen before in other IPs where you got top brass wanting to keep a cash cow alive. It never ends well. Party, you don't even want to know, okay? There is old gods, there's gods, old gods, void lords, demons, there's races being made, there's I no words. Then there's multiverses with time travel and portals and civil wars and lots of killing. And then there's people that come in with old names and their names are passed down to people later on. So you get confused between Anduin number 1 and Anduin number 2, which is fine. It makes sense lore wise. Like, of course, you're going to name your kid, after someone famous. And then there's some really good parts. So there's some really, really lovely parts where you can see where characters had character moments. It was really great. But I would argue that unless you played it, I just don't know. I feel like there's a lack of human element in the beginning, and we really don't get what I would consider to be a traditional story until much later. And then it kind of goes weird. Where did I say my eyes were glazing over? Was it Cataclysm where I just blanked out? Where did I blank out? I thought Wrath was good. Was it Burning Crusade that I was like, what? Anyway, at one point my eyes started glazing. And then we get to this picture party where this big thing is stabbing the planet. So this is kind of like Bahamut going crazy. Stabs the planet. And then they leave the sword in there for 2 expansions. Now, once again, I don't actually mind letting writers cook because, like, sometimes writers have a plan. But from what I understand is after letting it just sit there and not really touching it, then they went in and they had this character go on her super dark arc. She was already on a dark arc, but now she's super dark arc, which is fun. Like, I'm all about that, right? No one's thinking that's the bad part. But then all of these characters who have been completely like killing tons of things for one reason or another, like some of them I'm sure are good reasons, some of them might be bad reasons. But then all of these characters are like, oh, well, that was a mistake. Oh, we shouldn't have done that. I feel bad about that. Let's change our mind about that. Sorry about that. So I guess everyone is trying to band together in the face of Sylvanas, who eventually takes over. He kills.
And also
Yeah, so she.
Ice Crown Citadel, beats up Lich King.
I've seen this cinematic.
Bolvar and steals his hat. Then she breaks it, which makes the sky explode, and also probably kills Ner'zhul. Now the afterlife is connected to regular life, which is bad, so everyone is about to kill themselves in order to beat up the Grim Reaper. And that's the history of WoW.
Now, from what I understand, Shadowlands was also a bit of a miss because people wanted to have those moments with the characters who had passed away, and in the end, they didn't get any of that. What sword? Yeah. I think there's so much good stuff in here, to be frank. Here's a take I'm going to try out for size. I think the people who love story, well-written story, would be ready to play everything from start to finish and take their time and enjoy it. And the people who don't like story or don't want story in their gameplay will skip it. So you could just go back, refurbish everything so it's soloable. Make sure that the markers are quite clear for people who want to do it. Let them do it so they can experience some of this good stuff. And then just let the people who want to pound their way to endgame pound their way to endgame. Another issue is if they didn't have a database. So this is where World of Warcraft started, right here. So 14.7. So this is where World of Warcraft starts, the MMO. So if you don't have a database and if your writers are hazy on stuff, like weird shit's going to happen. Like it's not a writer's fault. Like even the most architectural needs to have a database or something to keep in control. Shay's like, we end up jumping feet first into hell rather than killing ourselves. We did get some of those interactions, but not the ones we wanted, with the exception of Belf players and Kalthas, and they ruined Arthas. Ah, yes, the Burger King crown. Interesting, Epic. So the sword did affect some kind of arms race gameplay. On top, during the BFA expansion, Sylvanas' power level went from Thrall or Anduin to powerful old gods or dragon aspect without explanation within the expansion. Suddenly she casts void bolts and stuff. You are right, party. The world will end. Kyle didn't give a lot of shit about the story, and he was offended by the handling of Arthas. Yeah, so here's my feeling is like, just give the story respect and allow people who want to enjoy it and then get disappointed by it. But then I don't know, maybe it just has, they keep firing most the story continuity team, by the way. What? They're firing their lore people? Oh, that's a weird duck slice. I don't understand that fully, but it doesn't sound great. They did it again in January, down to 2 people. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah. Okay, so we have come out of these big, so just so party isn't like freaking out too much. We have come out of massive big stories with some human elements. And unless you played them all, you are going to feel very disconnected with what you're playing. And if you join in Battle for Azeroth, where everyone's apologizing for something you don't remember because you never played it, this would be extremely discombobulating for people like me. And then, if we think about what happened in Shadowlands, and then we're thinking about how some of the writing has become a bit more focused on attempting, if erratically, to deep dive into psychological character growth instead of just pursuing this more archetypal. Because this leading up to here, in my opinion, is not what I would call modern storytelling at all. This feels just like archetypes on archetypes on archetypes. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. This is very mythological, very powerful. I'm sure that there are fantastic scenes that could come out of this form of literature. But if you're trying to attempt modern, more psychological-based story writing, where you're psychologically explaining things away, you're going to need to shift to a different framework and a different pacing to achieve that. And on the heels of something like this, it might feel it's like whiplash. Am I close to how people were feeling? Imagine Y'shtola goes feral, overpowers Louisoix, monologues about death, and then teleports away. Or you could argue overpowers the Warrior of Light, right, Wooly? Right. So now, and as if to top this all off, party, according to some folks here, I think all folks here, right? All folks are agreeing that a large portion of this lore leading up to World of Warcraft, so leading up to this moment, everything here is off the table in terms of truth. We don't know if some of this is true, but some of this is like question mark, because they put an unreliable narrator in here. So like there's no knowing what is actually happening here. So now they're playing with the idea of an unreliable narrator on top of alternate dimensions, multiverses, time travel. Yeah. Interesting. Duck shares. Basically, I went from the first act of Dragonflight, then came back into the third act. But the quest priority forces you to focus on third act without allowing you clearly see second act first. Duck, why do they do that? Can't they just let the players decide that they want to skip? I'm so confused. Like, I understand, like in some people's heads, they might be like, hey, I don't want to play a story, I want a game. But like, can't they just do an old skip button and then let everyone else who doesn't want to skip to like properly be guided through the linear story? Like, I don't know. Oh my lord, Shay. That sounds even worse. Like, you would then feel like your leaders, who are supposed to be basically having your back as the person who's getting bloodied in battle, you're feeling like they're just doing crap for like whatever PC nonsense or something. What is that? Okay, so confusing. Why I like Final Fantasy XIV. If I miss a year of story, I'm not playing with a wiki and novel to understand the story path. Yeah, so here's the thing. Final Fantasy XIV, for those of you who are not on the up and up about this, has a very long story. Okay, now is it as long as WoW? No, right? But there's a lot. And if you really want to contend with it, you have to be ready to sit down and spend like a good 300 to 400 hours just dealing with the story. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. But there are some people who don't want to deal with that story. So you usually you'll buy a story skip up to like 70 or 80, and then you will just play 10 levels of story. And you can just escape the cutscenes and not deal with the story at all if you don't want to. I think you got some problems if you do that, but like that is your prerogative as a player. But what I like about 14 is it doesn't let you escape if you don't want to. It helps you experience everything if you want to. Every expansion is whiplash, to be honest. It's very episodic, very comic bookish. And that, I think, is what I talked about. I'm not sure. I think I talked about it in World of Warcraft, my World of Warcraft writing video. I touched on it. Is there's nothing wrong with doing episodic, but then don't attempt to do an overarching villain, because pulling off episodic while at the same time touching on an overarching villain, I think you're going to end up with plot contrivances and things like that. It's going to be more difficult. Woolly Ram. Nah, the context of modern WoW, your character does not exist in cinematics. I heard recently WoW has put in parts where you can see your character in the cinematics, but leading up to almost all of retail WoW had like the player is tangential and just looking on as other people mess up their lives. Good Music says it's true till it isn't vibes. Yeah, I mean, once again, if you're looking at this from the outside as a writer, right? So as an architectural writer, if I came into my workplace and I found out that we didn't have lore archives to access, if we didn't have vision, if top brass is changing their mind because of the flavor of the week, it doesn't matter how good of a writer you might be up a serious creek. On the other hand, if there's a high turnover rate because of bad work culture, then they're also not going to have the solid writers that need to be writing solid stuff and push back against the brass. So it could be like a evil cycle, essentially. Events on Azeroth are historical once humans arrive on the scene. Yeah, basically, there appears to be like a huge question mark over a large period of the history. Duck Slice buys the story skip. There's no story in this game. LOL. Yeah, once again, if you don't want to experience the story and you just want to do the gameplay, I think you're paying to give money away. But you know, I don't know. I feel like for me, it's okay to buy the story skip, but the game should allow you to experience that story. And I'm a bit bummed out that it will be more difficult for me to experience some of these cutscenes in the game. And like doing the raids may be impossible. I might delete Party Sober. Yeah, absolutely. She skips a cutscene. I'm right there behind her, breathing fire down her neck. What are you doing? Is this how I raised you? I basically raised her, right? So, like, I gotta smack her around a bit sometimes. I'm joking. I love Party. Party has an alt now, and she's replaying MSQ, and she has a notebook, and she's taking notes, and it's beautiful to behold. People are excited for War Within because it is a trilogy that is already finished, according to Holly Longdale. The team knows where everything is headed, so the saga story is not divided. That is good to hear. I'm very glad to hear that. I'm very glad for WoW players to hear that. And that means that I could maybe get into it. Maybe if it's self-contained, Only cutscenes can include your character. Yeah, they need an unending codex. The writers catch a lot of guff from the lore-invested players, yes, but we also know a lot of it is the rest of the game pressuring them into things they wouldn't do, yeah. Oh, Yella. Okay. Okay. Eyes of the Earth Mother novel. Interesting. Okay, Shay. I'll take that into consideration when I consider my proper WoW journey. Because I will do it the way Epic and Wally and other people recommended. I will give it a a whole thing. Because like I don't want to crap on WoW. Like I've downloaded it so many times with the intention of playing it properly. I want to love it like other people do because there's a lot of interesting things going on. I just feel like it's not very easy to access for someone like myself who is ready and willing to read my eyes out until they're bleeding. Marcin, HD? Hey, I'm waiting when husband reacts to you and you blow up. That's very kind of you, Marcin. I don't know. I've been a side interested in WoW for so long. I've heard about it for ages. I just kept hearing negative things, and I went to 14 and I found a Catboy and I fell in love. And that was thanks to Asmon. So that's why I'm thankful to Asmon. Oh, hello, Zoiella. I just hate how in WoW your character becomes a stranger to NPCs every expansion. That is interesting. I am currently in the beginning of BFA. So I'm a stranger to Jaina, honestly. I'm like, I don't know who you are. So it's, yeah. You know, Shay, whenever I hear that WoW players are feeling positive about some of the direction, I get excited for the WoW people. Because if WoW does better, they will be direct competition to 14 for story, and the 14 writers will not sit on their laurels. Honestly, I do believe that writing creatives can be inspired from other creatives, and there's no harm in another game doing really well narratively. So I'm always rooting for these side, like I've enjoyed Guild Wars 2 as well. There are things in Guild Wars 2 that 14 could learn a lot from. And so the same thing for WoW. Like if WoW can return to the glory days, then I'm all for it. But we'll see if they can do it. Raids and dungeons are fun and exciting. WoW. Yeah, they can be super punishing, yes. But if you are doing them at current level party, it's very similar to, from what I understand, it's more similar to, how can I say this? They don't have it so that when you do run Party Finder, you sink down, as far as I understand. So if you go in over leveled, you could run them easily, like how we would run Realm Reborn dungeons unsynced. Yeah, that's fair, good music. And I agree, like maybe a hard reboot is required. Almost spit my beer out. WoW is becoming a competitive game and lore kinda doesn't matter. And that's where I get a little bit worried. Because I don't consider myself good enough of a player to be able to, yeah, I just worry a little bit in that aspect. Duck Slice says the biggest wall for this game is the social aspect. People in this game are toxic for no reason. Yeah, I remember watching Preach Gaming cover the social contract question, and he suggested that part of the toxicity isn't even just from within the players themselves, it's the systems around that encourage more and more toxic behavior because certain aspects of it are too punishing and people will cut corners at the cost of their fellow human beings. That being said, I heard from other people who said this can be counteracted by finding a good guild and good people in the guild. So it makes me think about my experiences in Eve Echoes. So for those of you who don't know, I was an inveterate Eve Echoes player for about 2 years, I think, maybe 2.5. And I experienced all sides. I was part of an alliance in a very side tangential, partially indie, partially competitive corporation. The CEO was a female, very rare in those kinds of games, and she went on leave for basically to grieve the passing of her grandpa IRL. Her IRL grandpa passed away, and within 2 days of her absence, there was a severe split in the corporation, and the Discord was trashed. And I would have stayed with the original group if the original group hadn't also gotten so paranoiac that they were sounding like crazies. So I was like, and the people who left offered me a position in the new corporation that they made. They were like, would you like to join us? We feel like you would be a good addition. And I was like, no, thank you. No, thank you to everyone. And I flew solo for a while in the game. And I don't think the game in and of itself it's punishing for sure. But there were certain systems in the game that made it, there was strong meta. The meta defined everything. So when drones were in, everyone had to have a drone boat. And when drones weren't in, everyone couldn't fly a drone boat. So it just, that encouraged people to get crazier and crazier. But I found a fantastic corporation, and they made things so much better. So from the sounds of it, WoW can be fantastic if you get in with good community. Shay says, the community is toxic. Recently got into another streamer's new large guild where people are actually nice and helpful and patient, composed of really old and new gamer players, and man, I just wish more of the community could be like that. Yeah. I have heard that if you can get into a really nice group, WoW can be fantastic. Jaina and Karn are the worst ignored main figures in retail. They're as deep as a plate. FF14 being inspired by modern WoW writers would be like a Renaissance painter being inspired by a dick pencil on the side of a pissing stall. Well, and this is where I think it's very much like, I have become the master. So clearly there are aspects of WoW lore that was based off of other mythologies and fantasy. Clearly they took inspiration and made something great, which clearly inspired the early 14 writers. And there's nothing wrong with that. And once again, I don't want to be negative to all writers, because I do think writers can turn around and get help, but right now I will say 14 is the complete package. Whatever you might think about Endwalker, it is the complete package. Played Eve until Catboys were discovered. Yes, Ben. I went from flying ships and throwing down in Chinese with players to Catboys. You could tell I was starving for a handsome man in my life. And I actually liked playing Eve Echoes. Eve Echoes is probably, if you want to play a mobile MMO with maximum amount of players in a PvP setting, Eve Echoes is crazy. I think I was in one battle where there was, I think, 800 or 1,200. Like, it was 800 to 1,200 players spread over 2 systems. And they had to slow down. They had to slow down the server ticks. Everything looked like a PowerPoint. It was insanity. And we were there to protect the Chinese. We had Chinese allies in the southeast. And we'd gone down south to help them protect their territory against a massive push. And basically, yeah, it was this whole it was this whole battle. And the amount of racism in local between the Chinese players who were the enemy and the Chinese players who were our allies, and then all of the other people who are non-Chinese getting into the mix. It was very toxic at times, of course, but the game kind of encouraged that to a certain degree because of the way it was built. Yeah, Marcin, I've heard that there are friendly WoW guilds that you can get into. And when I did my first assessment of my first day of playing WoW, I got to Stormwind and I got stuck with a glitch in the game, and I reached out on /4, the newcomer chat, and people helped me. So my takeaway is that there are some helpful people. It just seems like there's a vocal group that is ruining it for other people. That picks Thulu as Death Knight. Eve Online. Yeah, Eve Online is crazy as well. People are nuts in Eve Online. Eve Echoes is the mobile version of Eve Online. And it was brutal. And at one point they did something with monetization that killed industry, which was what my second corp heavily went into. So there was a mad scramble and people got salty, and there was taxes in that game. Yeah, Ben, you'd be surprised by what people were saying to each other in local. The endgame content in this game is similar to games like League of Legends. You can be a low-level key or raid, but you are expected to play at a pro level. Yeah. I can't spell Chinese. Interesting. Very interesting. So Party and I, when Party and I started playing, I introduced her to some very basic stuff. I told her how to switch the camera to Legacy. There were a couple things that I encouraged her to do in Final Fantasy XIV. And we went into dungeons, and I encouraged her to preface most dungeons with, hey, this is my first run. And I would say 90% of the time, we had a lot of positive stuff. And we would often end up with people standing around at the end and talking with us. But I think it can be hard if, let's say, you have a grind going, and let's say you really want to get a certain piece of gear or something, or tomestones. It can be very hard to be patient with someone because you feel like they're making a simple mistake over and over again. So one big mistake, for example, in 14 would be not turning on tank stance. So you get a tank who just keeps turning it off or doesn't turn it on, and you keep telling them, please turn your tank stance on. So it got to one point where we were running with someone who didn't have their tank stance on, and I reached out and I was like, please turn it on. I was very polite, but I was the healer. I was getting aggro, right? And we eventually had to let the tank die. And then basically the tank was like, what happened? And we're like, you need your tank stance on. And that was a happy ending story. There were others where we think they were like just not understanding the game at all or whatever. They didn't read their tooltips. So Blizzard needs to ban performance meters like FF did, like the parsing stuff. Yeah. I think if you have a personal parser and you want to watch yourself, that's great, but I don't like how some people get hounded, but that's just my opinion. Not doing the key in time is punishing, so you want the best people in your team. Yeah, that sounds like a system that's encouraging people to make poor decisions. Time dungeons need to go, yeah. Yeah, I don't think 14 is that hard to learn, but I guess some people just don't get it. Oh, the WoW token. Yeah, I heard about that. Mythic Plus is the most played part of the game. Some people like me love the competition. Yeah. So here's the thing. Everyone will agree that WoW gameplay in terms of movement and reaction is top tier. So for them, that part of the game is why they still hang in there. Oh, hey. Hey, Johnny. Yes, we are still live. Normally, I would not be. But we just spent forever going through WoW lore. My mind was blown. Party, check this out. This is my WoW lore. Look at that. It's incomplete, obviously. But this is WoW lore. Look at this part here. Where is it? Orcs discovered in interplanetary exploration, ? Dwarven Civil War. HORCRUX moves to Baby. Baby becomes hero killing trolls. Ends up opening portal for green orc people who have eradicated original population after drinking Kool-Aid. Horde versus humans. Evil HORCRUX Baby. Revealed to have opened up portal. This is how we got on tonight. Oh, Lord, good music stank. Sounds like he was an edgelord. I think for some people, dying, you learn from dying, but some people who are more cerebral don't learn from experience. They need to be explained or watch a movie. So I'm one of those people who actually has to die a lot before I learn. I'm a slow experiential learner. I'm a high cerebral data learner. So whenever I go into something fresh, I came to the conclusion that I couldn't inflict myself on people in an MMO. So I actually stopped playing with humans for a while because I believed that I wasn't learning fast enough in 14. And I stopped playing with people. And I just ran with NPCs for a while. because I was dying too much and I had a few negative feedback and I took it a bit too personally. And so then I just stopped playing with people for a while in 14. And 14's not even super toxic, but there was just enough to get me thinking, oh, I'm not good enough. So if you have a wrong combination of overcritical, like over self-awareness or overcritical feelings about yourself, and then you combine that with being a slow learner, it makes for a bad combo when you're in an MMO. It's just a bad combo. Yeah, Ben, a personal performance meter is an amazing tool. If they introduced a personal parser into 14 that was by default turned off and you could choose to turn it on, I'd be okay with that. My issue is when I see people running parsers and they're showing everyone else's parse. That's, I think, where things get a little bit wildin'. Marcin says, you need good parses to kill the last mythic bosses. It's how we decide who to invite to the guild. And that's fair if you're a high-level player. But for us casuals who are going to largely support the game, like long-term or whatever, I don't know. It's going to be tough for us. It's just going to be very tough. Because some of us might not feel like we could ever get there, or we're slower learners, or maybe we're not even there. Oh, Johnny just woke up. Well, good morning, Johnny. I only hang in there because of the lore, without subscription, of course. I see. Mythic Plus is not the most played part of the game. Participation is actually pretty low compared to more casual play, but that's IMO largely because the Mythic Plus is so hard to break into and it can be toxic. Yeah. There's like 2 min players who participate. Mythic Plus is also the easiest part of the game to track, being instanced content. Interesting. Most don't show what you did wrong. There are tons of guides for every Mythic Plus dungeon. But what if you're not into meta gaming though, Marcin? Like, I'm open to it, right? Because I would call myself I'm an ambitious midcore. And so I'm open to doing videos and stuff. But what if you're not though? What if you're more casual? Would you like just not be able to get in, I guess, right? Ben needs to do it to learn. Duck watches guides, but you have to die to it before you learn. You need to watch a guide before you play. Yeah. Interesting. That's so fascinating. Good music. So you couldn't, even though you were a high-end raider, you couldn't prove it. So then you were stuck. That's wild. That's fascinating. Hmm. Interesting. So fascinating. Yeah, so overall, let's wrap this up. We were going to do Final Fantasy XIV. It is now 12:32 a.m. So I really shouldn't. I guess next week will be Final Fantasy. I'm sorry, everyone. WoW was just too crazy. We underestimated I underestimated how WoW would take me on this journey. But But I will say overall, if you are, I just feel overall that the story does seem to have high moments, but then when the low moments happen, it's not great. But I suppose that's true of most divisive things, right? So it is what it is, I suppose. Yeah. And it this leaves me with feeling like there's a lot of potential within this lore. It's just maybe it hasn't been allowed to flourish as deeply or clearly as it could have, perhaps. But overall, I found aspects of it, frankly, very fascinating. I think one thing about experiencing an MMO is that we can make what I believe to be objective statements about certain things about an MMO, but the subjective experience of various people will determine how they feel about that MMO. And so there are going to be a lot of people, for example, who play MMOs for the casual side of things or the story, and they're going to have a different viewpoint on, let's say, WoW than someone who's there for high-end rating. And I think the same thing goes for Final Fantasy XIV, right? So there's going to be more people who are happy for one reason or the other, and people who might be struggling for one reason or the other. And so there have been people who have pushed back against Asmon. Asmon has pointed out that WoW has been difficult to get into, and a lot of people are like, "Oh no, it's no big deal. You just need to do this and that." Like, does everyone here remember that one player who was like, "I'm new," but he had put in, a couple hundred hours or whatever. So he's new, but he shouldn't be that new at that stage. So anyway, it got me really thinking about how people's expectations going into the MMO can largely define thereafter how they talk about that MMO. And so let's say for Marcin, who has a solid group, who feels like, oh, you just watch a few videos and then you're good to go, the group will be reasonable. That might be true, let's say, for Marcin and his group, but maybe there are other people who felt shut out and who couldn't find those groups. It's like that one person who was saying things like, "Oh, there are women who play World of Warcraft," and Akalon was like, "Yes, there are, but they're not common." And so it's kind of anecdotal. It's like, well, it was my experience, whatever. So yeah, I think there are people like Marcin who find a positive group, and then there are people who are maybe struggling with finding those groups. Ben, you are touching on something that is unfortunately true. And that fact is that a large portion of this felt like a lot of lore. And I'm only guessing at where parts of actual story would happen. And I think I have to play the games to see the story. And it's at a place where some people might look at this and go, "Oh, this is a cool story," and my response is, "Yeah, I don't know." I think there's a lot of cool things happening, but in terms of if I'm looking at it from a literary perspective, it's not. There's stuff that's missing for me, I think. Yeah, obviously the dragons have been severely undercut in this video, apparently. We'll leave Ben and Party to their crazy stuff. Shay runs into... That's nice. What do you think caused that change? Well, maybe mythic rating is like a different scene, Marcin, so there's not as many females in there. What do you think is changing in WoW, Shay, for more females to take part? I'm fascinated by that. Yeah, Ben, I think there's definitely, like, for example, I think Sylvanas' story overall, like, setting aside what happened BFA and beyond, right? But, like, overall, I think Sylvanas' story is very interesting. I think the Arthas' story is fascinating. I think Anduin is a pretty cool character, right? So there are people in here that I think have a lot of potential to make a solid story, but I think the writers were so focused on making it feel big that they forgot to make it personal. But maybe this is simply the way that this person has decided to share the lore, and if you played the game, you would feel that much more closely. But it's hard to say. Yeah, so Party and I are super curious, Shay. I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts on that. Maybe not tonight, because I need to lie down and try not to dream about this. Oh, yeah, elves are more pretty. LGBTQ friendly guilds have higher female bases. Yes. Yeah, the glamour system, I'm assuming. Yeah. Yeah. Epic. Would you do DNA tests though if you could? Like when I play a game, I love being able to pass as a bro, frankly. I don't want special treatment because I'm a girl. So I would often pass as a guy for as long as I could. So there was this one period in time where I didn't talk. So I joined the new guild. I joined the new corporation in Eve Echoes, and I didn't tell them anything. And I was running under a gender neutral name. And then basically it was several months before they found out. And then they were like, "Oh crap, you're actually a girl." And I was like, "Yeah, but it shouldn't matter." Right? We're all enjoying the same game. But my question would be, if the shift with the elves and the glamours and the collections means that there's a whole casual side to the game that is quieter and is maybe not, like, maybe certain groups within the game are not admitting to or not seeing those quieter, larger interactions. Yeah. Surprise. Yeah, this is actually a female filter. I have this massive neck beard. It's like Xeno 6 specs level of a neck beard. Yeah, Party, complete neck beard. No female characteristics whatsoever. It's all a lie. Yeah. Her name is Jeff now. Jeff Vader. Good idea, Epic. I definitely think it's so fascinating to me that more girls are getting into WoW, and once again, I theorized about it in my video. I'm not sure how true that theory is, but I mean, female gamers are equally capable of becoming highly invested and shell out tons of money. Why wouldn't devs want to tap into that? But whether they will do it well or not is a whole other question. Without messing with the core mechanics of the game. Yeah, Marcin. I full disclosure, I started playing BFA. I have a level 25. I'm level 20 something, early 20s. I'm playing free trial right now cuz I'm trying to be cheap. I want to see how far the free trial will take me. Not far. And then I might do a sub and try to see if I can level up somehow and then go into old content. But maybe I should just go to WoW Classic. But then Epic said you should play Warcraft 3 first. So I might do that. So there's some options. Some options for me to enjoy it. Yeah, I reached, I think it's 25 now, Marcin. And then I'm like I'm closing in on 20 if I'm not over 20 now. So it's soon to end. Let's say this, Wally. Let's say this. If you're looking for an equal 50-50 split between male and females, that game has done something. It's probably called the game of life. But I don't want to lock females or males out of one content form or another. That's unfair to both sexes. Because there are going to be females out there who love that high-end rating content, and there are going to be males out there who just want to simp in Limsa all day long. Like those like, I don't like putting people in a box. But we can make some generalizations, and we can say that a lot of bros prefer to get sweaty over numbers, and more females are likely to be drawn to glamours and collection. But that's generalizing. We need to state that, obviously. Good music says classic is vibes. Yeah, maybe I should go there. Yeah, there is a future, Ben. There is that future. I'm in North America. Duck. I am Canadian, but not French. I'm an English Canadian. I'm on Primal, and I live on Lamia, where my Catboy and I live our second life. Is anyone here on North American server? I'm thinking about maybe doing a stream where I can meet some folks on the North American server. People are super helpful in WoW Classic, not so much in retail. Interesting. Okay. Retail is becoming more and more hardcore. Oh, okay. So I should just go to, I should just try out Classic then, maybe. Interesting. No, Ben, sorry. I run in Primal and in Lamia. But I have been hanging out in Oceania. In Soviet Canada, doctor remove you. Only if you call them and tell them that you have a toothache. That's when they come for you. The key is to never admit that you are sick, and then you're good. Oh, absolutely epic. And this is where I'm saying I don't want to put people in a box, right? Like I said, I'm an ambitious mid-core player. I think with the right input and good videos to watch, I think I would be up for challenges. Definitely. I am very ambitious for Final Fantasy 14. But I'm just a slow learner, and that's where my hesitations come from, because I recognize that I take longer than other people. And when I'm tired, I basically come off as like I'm completely mental. Oh, should I do Season of Discovery? Oh my gosh, Johnny says I'm pronouncing words funny. Is it my Canadianness? Can people here meet on Oceania? What if we all went to meet in Oceania? Are people able to meet in Oceania? Because I can go to Oceania. We could all meet in Oceania, technically, right? Canadian. I can't even read that word. Oh, Marcin, do you think that's a problem? What do you think? Party. What if we meet before you get back home? Oh, Shay, you're from Michigan? Oh man, I'm basically next door to you. In fact, I was in Michigan last week. That's where my friend was. Michigan is like very very similar to Ontario. Oceania. Oceania? Should we be saying Oceania, not Oceania? Am I mispronouncing? Oh my gosh, I'm an ESL teacher. Ooh, Shay's agreeing with Marcin here. So Shay is agreeing and saying Marcin's right in that retail people watch too many streamer competitive gamers trying to copy what they do. Fascinating. So I bet that kind of like makes things more crazy when rating and stuff. Wow. Okay. Chat party is emotionally guilt tripping us into not meeting until 2 weeks from now. Unless we reverse Uno party and guilt trip her into returning home sooner than 2 weeks. Oh, okay. So basically, you have genuinely talented players, and then you have untalented, think that they're good players, trying to follow the talented players, and then you have players who aren't trying at all, and then you have players who don't care. Oceania. You need like 5 add-ons, and setting them up is hard. Nowadays, you got professional programs who make stuff to kill the bosses. See, this is what I keep hearing, Marcin. And then I hear from other people, well, you don't really need the add-ons if you're just a normal player. You don't need to play like that. But then I hear from professionals, and they're like, but then maybe I should just be like talk to the hand. I should just be like Sherlock Holmes from the TV show and just be like, okay, Anderson. Hmm. Yeah, Ben. I am it takes me a little while to figure things out. It usually takes me 2 to 3 deaths to figure something out. So I did Pandemonium Savage. The first raid it took me, I think, 2 days to do. And by 2 days, I mean 2 nights. So maybe a total of, oh, maybe it was a bit longer than 2 nights. Let's see. Okay, let's say for the first Pandemonium Savage one, I had to study it. And it took me about, let's say, 3 to 4 days. I was going through Party Finder alone, no callouts, no Discord, nothing. And I think it took me, let's say, around 20 hours to figure it out. The second one was brutal. The second one was a mind flip. So P2S took me probably 36 hours to learn. And P3S, even though it was technically harder, by then I had become much better. So, and I learned how to make myself special aids to help me read what was going on. And that ended up only taking me 15 to 20 hours. But the P2S was a mind flip. P2S was a mind flip. A lot of people in WoW think good parses make them good players when they stand in lava for the sake of DPS. If I was a healer in WoW, I would become so toxic. I would rescue people if I could right into some lava pit. Wooly trying to help me through the grief of speaking Oceania. Yeah, Wooly, I can't explain, but I actually speak English very poorly. Yeah. Watashi no ego wa warui desu. He divides players into the 1%, the chasers, and the immersion players. Interesting. So the divide is major. Okay. No add-ons needed. It's a queue system. Yeah, Wooly, you'd be surprised. Like, people in where I come from are so, like, they slur all the time. So it's like Toronto, and we don't say Toronto. Who says that? People who aren't from Canada say Toronto. Everyone else from Ontario says Toronto or Toronto. High-end Mythic rating and Mythic Plus dungeons somewhat do need this add-on to be consistent from what I've seen and heard. Interesting. More casual difficulties, you don't need them at all. Yeah. I took a while on boss 1 of Zot. Panda second boss caught me off guard in normal. Yes. Panda second boss still kills parties who fall asleep. If you can do savage content in 14, you can easily do heroic raids. Really? Interesting. Well, there's that. Maybe I won't suck so badly. I just won't do healing, right? As long as no one relies on me, I'm good. Yeah, that's a fair enough assessment, Marcin. Yeah, it can be hard to maybe imagine being a new player if you've been an old player for so long. True. Oh, interesting, Shay. Stand in the fire, DPS higher. Yeah. Trondo. I say it the other way, but I'm from the prairies. Interesting, good music. That's so cool. You probably can tell that we're from Ontario, right? Yeah. Anyone watching content about games is likely to be in the top 10%. Okay, Wooly, I think you're onto something there. But it's just hard to imagine it because I'm one of that 10%. And like I said, I think I'm pretty good, but I'm just not. I see other people playing and it's like they're one with the mouse and they're one with their keyboard, and I do not feel one with my mouse or my keyboard. I'm always panic. I'm always panic pushing buttons. But maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just a worrier. Yeah. Yeah. I swear there's so many speaking English in America that some of them could count. Yeah, there's some forms of English that are so dialectical. Dialectical? Is that a word? I'm making it up. English teacher here just spazzing out. It must be, what time is it? It is, oh my lord, it's 1 a.m. This is getting terrible, people. How long have I been here? How long? It's been too long. I can't even, I'm not even mentally, like, I don't even, how? What am I doing? How long has my stream been going? I'm pulling up my own stream because I'm like, what is even going on? How long have I been live? It's been too long. I can't even, I'm not, let's see. Is there like a time thing? Holy moly. Oh my lord. Okay, let's stop here. I'm loath to stop. I feel like I was unable to fully commit to doing 2 videos. I ended up getting yeah, I'm like mentally breaking down right now. Um, I went on tangents, but I am very happy to be chatting with everyone. I am proud of myself. Did everyone notice I now have a transparent chat? How visible is this chat? Is it working? Does it look okay? I don't know, but I made something like that happen, which was kind of cool. Soonish, I will start re-uploading videos of analysis videos, response videos. I might do a stream for WoW. I might be doing a stream for writing. So if anyone here is into writing, I might be doing some breakdown streams where we can look at how to be a reader, a thoughtful and critical reader. I am actually working on creating a VTuber animation rig for a depressed looking Chieko. So we're going to see what that becomes. Just so that you all can see something more than a flat 2D JPEG. And as promised, there will be big boobs. And then what else? What other thing can I say? Next week, this time, 7:30 EST. So 7:30 p.m. EST. I usually begin streaming, and I will be streaming probably till midnight. And we will tackle next week Final Fantasy 14. So if you're interested in 14, we will tackle that. I don't see myself responding as much to this because I know it more. However, if you have not joined the Discord, please do join the Discord and submit things you'd like me to review to. If you've played a game to its end, done a hard mode dungeon raid, reached new game in plus in JRPG, you're 10% done. You're in a pocket of time. Sleep schedule ruined. So is it really 1 a.m.? Yeah, it is really 1 a.m. for us. Without add-ons, UI changes, the game is 50% harder, and some bosses are almost impossible to kill. Yeah, Sorry, not sorry for providing good banter. Yes, thank you, epic. Thank you to everyone. She's lying. It's 5 p.m. on Monday. I hope not. I need to be teaching at that time. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I joined at 3 hours. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you everyone for listening, and thank you for hanging out. I am going to go lie down in bed, and maybe my WoW journey will filter down into my dreams. Thank you everyone for being so patient. Next week we'll do more Final Fantasy 14 reactions, and we'll look at other things if other people have stuff that they would like me to react to. This is only the beginning of the MMO analysis journey, and I hope yeah, you and me, Shay. I'm sure Party is vibrating over there somewhere in her Airbnb. So I'm going to wish everyone well. We're going to end it here, but thank you for coming, and we will all see you next week, 7:30 p.m. EST, Eastern Standard Time. So take care, everyone. Bye, everyone, and I'll